Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Hi, Pinky. Hi, Face Implosion.
So, who you gonna play block first? Is me and Dang, for example?
What? Who are you gonna play block first?
Hello,
What?
hello. Remember to open up the subtitle. Thank you, thank you.
Right, I forgot. Okay, thanks. Hi, Kavi. Hi, Brian. Wow. Okay, so I have one screen again. This is I'm not used to this. Or maybe I can do like. Can I cheat? Does this count as looking? Maybe not. It doesn't really count. I'm still looking sideways because my screen does see my screen is on the other side. You have to work with this. I'll have to work with this. Just got the Guardian of the Galaxy and they shoved the blatant Among Us reference. Guardian of the Galaxy with Among Us. Space, huh? Space, huh? Perfect insomnia content. Wow. Hi, Fancineer. How you doing? I mean, I kinda know how you're doing, but still. Insomnia is sad, to be honest. Oh god. Well, in any way, god. I hope you're doing good. I know I keep looking this way, but don't worry about it because my chat is now here. Alright? Usually my chat is this way, but now it's different, right? Now my chat is this way, so I keep looking at this way, so don't worry about it. Also, since I'll be playing with Switch, I'm trying to put VC face on the maximum settings possible. And it's already at 100%? No? Oh wait, it's going down. It's at my CPU is at 88%, 90%. It's not 100%. It's okay. It's okay. How is Drox in chat? Drox is good. I just had a bunch of coffee, had breakfast with my sister. Somehow she wants to go to breakfast with me. It's like, oh yeah, sure. 88% pretty alright, I'm scared. You should move the chat window to the other side to match. Well, I cannot because the other screen is now a Switch screen. So I cannot really move the chat to the other screen since it's not part of my PC now. It's part of Switch. Oh, as for brekkie, I had Kari Lulo Fan. How do I say that? I know curry. What is lulo? Rice. Share some coffee soon after this energy drink. Energy drink and coffee? Do they mix well? Maybe I'll save the coffee for a bit later. You're out with friends and family a lot? Feels like it. I mean, at least for these days, yeah. Like tomorrow I'll have a family dinner again, so there, point proven. I am going out with quite a bit lately. I guess it's good. Better not be ES. What's ES? Did even sell ES anymore? I don't know what ES is. There's a lot of caffeine. I'm scared. Hello, Robertkin. Oh, cute Kobo. Wow. Hi, hi. How you doing? Let me see. Oh yeah, there's one thing I want to share with you guys. So last night I was playing a bit of Street Fighter 6 demo, and I have pictures. I took selfie. Apparently, I played the World Tour, and I had 3 screenshots. All very cursed screenshot. Let me see if I can. One screen. ES is a super trash energy drink that's become a meme where me and Fancineer are from. Oh, trash, huh? Not my type of drink, really. I sip on coffee when I can. I just like the taste of coffee, to be honest. The stinky bean. The stinky bean. Munch, crunch. Well, not really. I'm not biting on the beans. No, no. No. Beautiful Borbo. There's no Borbo outside currently. Here, let me find my screenshot. Oh, it's here. I think I just opened up Steam. That's good. Here, let me hide my Switch screen real quick, and let me shrink myself as well. Ah! How do I shrink myself again? Don't worry, you guys are seeing behind the scenes. Don't worry about it. There we go. All good. All good. Don't worry about it. Okay, so screenshots. This is my character. Good shit. Buff girl, and then apparently you can change the NPC pose. I don't know why this guy looks like this. I'm scared. Like, and then what even the hell is going on behind? I should upload my phone. I cannot look at chat currently. Okay, give me a moment. One screen. Need to get used to this, huh? And then I was playing with filter. And I got this. It's like, oh. Oh. I'm scared. Whoa, what is this? Why am I looking at? To be honest, like, fuck. This is straight up from a horror movie. I didn't know my character could look this scary. And then this guy looks like straight up possessed. And then someone's flying behind. It's like, yeah, cool. Cool. Right, very cool. So yeah, Street Fighter 6 is fun, right? Street Fighter 6 is good. Real Infinity Chat. Yeah, sorry about that. It's good cafe at Helsinki. €10 for the ticket? For cafe? Needs ticket? That's weird. Yeah, tickets for a cafe. This type of selfie me likes? Yeah, same. I love how chaotic it can be. So apparently you can change the pose for NPCs. So when I'm trying to take selfies, and then it's just like I can change. I can change the pose for NPC. Train tickets? Whoa. Well, mysterious body in photo cases. That guy just straight up got possessed. Request something like 20 plus robins and white winged doves mix. Huh. I just moved here from Lapland. Ooh. Oh, mingling in the yard? That's kinda cute. Is it true that you can challenge anyone and everyone to a Street Fighter match there? Not exactly everyone and anyone, but honestly, most. If there's like a level indicator above their head, then yeah, you can challenge them to a fight, which goes for most NPC over there, which is kind of cool, to be honest. But I cannot change the modern controls to classic controls, which is kind of a pain. But yeah, Street Fighter 6 is fun. I cannot beat Ryu level 6 since I never really played Street Fighter before. I only played Street Fighter 4 for a little bit, and that's pretty much it. That's my Street Fighter experience, right? I would say. Not much, to be honest. But it's fun. Street Fighter 6. Planning to play that a lot. And it feels that Street Fighter 6 is a lot more... It feels like it's quite the modern... the next gen kind of game, feels like. That's how I feel anyway. I moved here from Lapland. Oh. It works for catching a conversation where you live. Lapland? Can I go there? I'm just gonna play Tetris 99. I'm gonna play Tetris 99. I'm not good at it. I'm only like slightly below average to how I play Tetris 99. Alright. I call it Tetris 99 because it's great. Oh, where's my controller? Fuck. Oh, I need to shrink myself. I forgot. Okay. Shrinked. Ah. Okay. I need to find my controller. I was playing Call of the Lamb a little bit, but then playing it on Switch is not as good. It doesn't work. It doesn't play for 60 FPS, so it's like kind of laggy. Gonna actually hit the hay early tonight. Long day tomorrow. Well, for sure. Go get some rest, Brian. Thanks for hanging out. Good sleep. Good sleep. Beans and boats. Tete Nana. Tete 99. Tete 99. Tete. It works. No audio delay, right? I don't feel like it anyway. Yeah, it should be okay. Okay, Tete 99. I got my sister's account there. I'm cheating. Whenever she buys a game that I can just download from her account and it works, I can play Taiko. Oh, I bought the drum and I've been beating on the drum. Oh my god. I've been beating on the drum for a long time. I love playing Taiko. Getting my nieces tomorrow for the weekend. It's gonna be fun. Ooh, nice. Have fun hanging out with nieces. Oh yeah, I bought Kirby. I kind of have to change it back. Although Kirby is cute. Here, let me change it back first. Yeah, also, game screen is this way now, so it's a little weird, but it works. I think. I'm a little scared. I'm just a little scared. Just a little scared. Please don't judge me too harshly. I don't even know how to T-spin. How do I even T-spin? Oh. Okay. Okay. You bully. Oh, so fast. It's so nice because team battle in this game, it's gonna wait for like 99 seconds. Judging harshly before I start? Fine. No. Hehe? Want to see you stream Taiko? I mean, I can get the drum, hell yeah. Why am I getting these early on? Oh god, my brain's still not awake yet. Oh god. What is this? My brain's not awake. Let's just do this. Nope. Yes. Yes. Oh god, help. Why am I getting aimed already? Bullies, a bunch of them. Nah, I'm not doing that. Nah, I'm not doing that. I'm doing this. That works, right? Nope, that doesn't work that way. I'm doing here. It's kind of scary, like at the edge of my eye, like at the corner of my eye, I keep seeing like things flying around. That shit's kind of scary, man. Oh, what am I doing? Don't worry about it. I'm getting greedy, so... Durian! I'll just put it here. I'll just put it here. Yeah. Durian. Oh god, I need more lines now. Shit. There we go. That doesn't work that way. Oh god. Okay, all good, all good. Look at that. Save. That's not a good idea. Oh. I don't know, man. Oh, I'm doing it. Wow, it lasts for a long time, huh? Oh, I actually forgot to mention. You know, I do upload my VODs to YouTube, right? Funny enough, the music in this game is copyrighted. but that it has no impact on my video, so it's fine. In a way. Like it doesn't affect my video to a point where I need to take it down, so it's okay. It's just kind of funny to think that, oh, it's just Tetris music and then you're gonna copyright strike that shit? I mean, it's not really a copyright strike anyway, so it's fine. Can I get like a thing? Thanks. That works. That doesn't work. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, mama. I think. There. Mmm. That's nice. Kinda. Getting bullied again. Ooh, what the book? Hairpoo? What is this? I'm getting targeted and I don't like it. God, it's not worth if I have to do it. I'll do it. Fuck. Ay, oh. Whoa, mama. Whoa, mama. Whoa, mama, whoa. That's not a good idea, is it? I'm doing it. God damn it, man. Oh, God. Durian! Oh, here. Woohoo. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Hunky dory. All good. Don't worry about it. Trust me. Don't worry about it. Good. Yeah, this game is scary. Hi, Malicious McPie. Yeah, I wasn't looking at the chat like at all. T-spins are really just a way to insert a T piece into a certain shaped space hole. I tried Tetris Effect Connected. Pretty and overwhelming. My eyes were constantly assaulted with visual effects. Oh, yeah, too much visual effect can be a little bit painful. BPM, for example. Bullets per minute is stupid, but the game is great. And I'm glad they added a lower down the saturation option, so all good, all good. Wish you could play this again, but the online subscription, yeah. Fucking the online subscription is like the only thing that is like, it's so expensive too. It's not very affordable by all means. Shit's expensive. Yeah, subscription. Took me a moment to remember. The game's so full of visuals. Consoles and their subscribables, yeah. Especially that I need to subscribable just to play online. Like, it's not only just to play this game, but to have online functionality in general. It's like, huh? I bought your console. Is it not enough? Can I not use my own Wi-Fi for the online thing? Fuck, man. But yeah, I can just keep complaining about it, but yeah, again, I don't think there's much I can do about it. I just had to subscribe and play online, huh? It costs so much. Durian. Durian. I like lines. I'm putting it here. Why am I getting bullied already? Hello, excuse police? That's right. Why is it so shiny? I mean, I like shiny, but this is the wrong kind of shiny. Why am I getting bullied? Is what I'm trying to say. Huh? Like, hello? Ooh, almost. Oh, I messed up. It's fine. It's not fine. It's fine. Thank you. Finally. Oh, it's not fine. Oh, it is not fine. Because I messed up once. Oh god. All good, all good. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna do this. Oh, it's so high up. I should have just put in that hole. Dang it. Alright, no fear. This one? This one? This one? Why? What the fuck is so shiny? Cool. Cool. What the fuck? Oh, shit, man. Shit, man. Oh, God. Oh, mama. What am I doing? Like, why? What? Oh, God. There we go. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I'm killing people. In-game. Don't ban me, Twitch. Nah, I'm getting greedy again. Fuck. Need a blue? Need a blue? I mean, both works. Yeah, mama. Oh god. That's bad. All good. Not good. Just do this. Sure. There we go, no big deal. I got a big deal. Durian. Hey man, stop. No. That's not good. I was curious if back-to-back has some sort of a buff. Like, do I send out more lines if I do back-to-backs? Or is it just like, ooh, you did the back-to-back, cool. I mean, I'm fine with either way. Stop. Whoa, mama. Oh god. Hey. Can you not? Oh! All according to plan. Look at that. Oh, you peace. All good. Ah, should have done that. Oh, getting ballsy. Oh, getting ballsy. Nope. Oh, mama. I'm not doing that. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, it's so fast. That works. Oh. Oh. Oh, good. The mama. Oh. Oh. Yeah, oh my god. Oh shit. Oh. Everything is fine, don't worry about it. Ow. Oh, my hands are sweaty. My hands are so sweaty. Oh fuck. Dude, 6, not bad. Oh, there it is. We have our winner. Leon. $20 a year, making double to Droxy for 5 months with that kind of cash instead. That doesn't sound like a good deal. Seeing the row of 4+ blocks, yeah. It hurts, but it's so fast. Calculated play, Mentioned Tetris 9 can get real glittery and blinding if you have at least 5 players targeting you. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm being blinded by Shiny. We don't see the blank power, maybe because my focus on other product, but interesting that Shiny is an indicator of being targeted. Dude.
Emotional damage!
That people can handle getting these many blocks thrown at them? Well, yeah, shit, I cannot. Hi Fang, how you doing? I wanna play again, I wanna play blocks. Blocks good. Blocks good. I just kind of love the adrenaline when shit's falling down like a brick that kind of fast. The player who outplay an AI in development? Shit, I still can't believe that. The people outplaying AI? Dude, that's huge. Already getting targeted? That's a new setup, right? Durian. Durian. Mmm. Oh, shoot. Only 2 more. I'll wait for it. Yeah. Durian. Oh, why'd I do that? That's bad. Calculated. Oh. What the fuck? There's so many. He. Durian. Durian. Oh, that's a bad idea. Nah, I'm not doing that. This one.
Lilili Lilili, 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 Lilili Lilili.
Hi, Tomato. Don't even need to look at the screen to know that it's you. How you doing? I'll put it here. Oh, I'm getting greedy. I mean, even though I asked you, but I still cannot look at the screen. Oh, what am I doing? All good, all good. Hey, yo, can you stop aiming at me? I'm scared, man. Ooh. Hello, excuse. There were so many chupak noises. Why are you aiming at the kobo? I mean, I know why. It's this game. Why not, right? Yeah, god damn it. Oh god. I need blue. Don't care. I need orange. Durian! Orange too late. Just do it. Orange. Nice, nice. Blinding light. Whoa, mama. Just block it. Ah, why did I block it? Everything's fine. Ooh, blinding light. Shiny. 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 Ooh. Good gods, man. It really is just blocking everything, isn't it? Yeah, send lines, kill everyone. In game, don't ban me, Twitch. Yuck. Nice too. Oh, durian. Yeah, all good. I want to play safe now, I guess. That's not playing safe. I don't think this is anything but safe. Hoi! Oh, good. Woohoo! Go there, go there. Thanks. That's bad. That's good and bad. I'm blocking it again. Oh! It's fine. Oh! It's fine. There we go, ET. No fear. Oh! Not good. Ah. Ah. Oh shit! Oh, this is bad. What am I doing? God, how much? How much? What am I doing? Oh, I cannot spin it anymore because I messed up. I messed up so hard. I cannot spin it anymore because I'm blocked. I blocked myself. What happened? That was so odd. The orange one I tried to spin, but because I blocked myself, I cannot spin it anymore, so I blocked myself. That's why. Hi, Narix. I'm trying out demo. Oh yeah, I tried it out last night. I played the World Tour. I played the one-on-one thing. Saw screenshots with cool filters. Yeah. You want to look at the picture? You know what? I'm just gonna send it to you since I only have one screen to work with currently. Let me get the screenshots. I have 3 pictures. Let me just send it to you. And I cannot beat Ryu on level 6 just because I don't even know how to play Street Fighter that good. There, I send it to you. Look at cool picture. That is definitely not Nightmare, not as cursed as I expected it to be. I tried to make like, you know Marisa in Street Fighter 6. Buff above women. Oh, we got winner. Tumbling tea. Yeah, it's just, I don't know why I can change the NPC pose. It's cool. It's cool that I can change NPC pose and just take baller pictures. I only played for a little bit though. According to Steam, I played for 110 minutes. I think that's good enough, since there's only like 2 characters and the World Tour is like very short. A real selfie telling someone to pose? Yeah, feels like it. "90 minutes more than me," although there were times where I just AFK for a little bit because I went to bath after badminton. I came back, played it for a little bit, and then went to bath because it's my turn for the bath. So I AFK for a little bit. About 10 minutes I AFK. Durian! I'm getting greedy! Not a good idea if I'm doing it anyway. Mmm. Durian. I will drink after this hideout. Oh, the boobs. Will camera in the No, Dab, I cannot do anything about it right now. I'm occupied. No. At least let me block the screen. Can I block the screen? Nope, I cannot. Okay, fine. I tried. Thanks, Dab. You know what? Good jam though. It's fine, at least the screen is not frozen. At least the screen is not Elsa. Or Elsa. Not really a good idea, but I'm doing it anyway. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine anymore. Oh god, I need 2 lines. Okay, let's use 1. There we go. Durian. Durian. Oh, this is so bad. I keep doing this. Blue. How far is blue? There it is. Cool. Hi, Roxas. I saw you. Stink. Yeah, this is bad. Yep. I love that one so much. Yep. Nah, I'm blocking it, it's fine. Get... Oh my god. Why am I doing this? Durian. Yeah. Yeah. Yuck. I had to do it. Hey, god damn it. My brain went empty for a little bit. I deserve this. I'm sleepy. It's okay, Tao. I understand. Very sleepy indeed, but the sunlight is burning my world. Sunlight. $34. Solid no. I'm not good, man. For how many years have you been playing Tetris competitively? Less than a month. I mean, I only started playing Tetris. Can I check my Tetris 99 playtime? You're already this fast? I don't know why. Sometimes I question my own skill as well. Is there a way to... User settings profile? Ah, there it is. Play for 25 hours or more. Like, this is my playtime. Don't question it. My punishment for running late on an animation deadline. Oh, animation deadline? God. Animation is tough. I did it before, but God. Good luck with animation. It's not easy, by all means, but you got this. I'm not sleepy anymore. Who? Friend request? That was fast. Who? Who saw... Did I show my friend code? Who's... Oh, I forgot to drink liquid. Thanks again, Duck. I will drink it. Liquid has been consumed. It's you? Oh, harmonica. No one knows I have Switch. At least in the local community. I keep it quite a secret. Oh, I don't know why, but all good. Give me a moment. I'll accept your request very soon. Also been a while. How you doing? Who? Where did I show my friend code? That's fast. I'm scared. I mean, I could have shown, right? I mean, if I did a show, how many people are adding me? I mean, I'm okay with that, I guess. As long as I know who it is. This bad. Not that bad. Oh, what? Don't worry about it. Alright, how do I fix this? I can fix it! How do you fix this shit? Maybe? I mean, kinda works. Huh? Durian! Durian! I guess that kinda did it. Oh! Thanks. Oh, get KO'd. Biscuit man. No, durian. Durian. There. I mean, it works, right? Durian. Oh my god, man. What the fuck? I don't think that's a good idea. Crap. Yeah, shit. Shit. Dude, what the fuck, man? Oh. That's bad. What the fuck? My man, are you trying to bully me? Let's go. Whoa. Wait a minute, there's so many noises. Excuse me, brother. Why are there so many? That's not bad, right? I'll do it here. Ah, bad idea. What am I doing? Durian. That's not bad. Good thing I checked. Ooh. That's kinda cool. Yeah. That's bad. I'll do it. Nah. I'm blocking it. Orange, orange. Oh, good. All good, man. No, never panic. Never panic. Never panic. Mama says never panic. Blue. Durian. Blue. Blue, you came late. Oh my god. I'm joking. Woohoo. Yeah. Oh god. 16? I guess it's not bad. My son doesn't play a Switch game when you're looking at your playtime. Yeah. Okay lah, I mean, I love playing Switch most of the time. Wolfie, hey! Oh my god, been a while. How you doing? Working on the character animation for a mod which was supposed to be out yesterday because only my animations are missing, but in real life got in the way, so now I'm running a bit behind. Oh god. Yeah, in real life stuff can be tough. I get that. Still not fair because I just had bad insomnia anyway. Might as well make use of it. Then I was shifted to be around the weekend. Oh. I could be a little prick and be done by Sunday night. Ah. Genuinely shooting for a Saturday evening launch. Yeah. Sounds good. Been busy? Damn. I get that as well. In real life shit, busy. Gosh. Happens to a lot of us, definitely. It's only normal. And the mission is hard? Yeah, should have not joined the team. I mean, it's hard, but if you enjoy doing it, then go for it. Hell yeah. And then you want to speak Chinese? Okay lah. Nanti kamu. I'm gonna go. Sorry about that. It's my PC is loading something. That's why. Let me set a timer. I still haven't automated it. I'll do it soon. I promise. It's not automated yet. All right. Eight minutes. And then if I enable this question mark, this and this, why do they look like that? There, thank you. And then look at that. OK， 讲华语了啊！你们听不懂的话，不要怪我，你们去跟哈莫尼卡讲就好了。OK。I mean， 哈莫尼卡讲华文啦，所以你听得懂的话。但有时候重要的东西的话，我可能会用英文哦，像之前这样一样的啦。很好玩的这个，我觉得我这个我可以玩整天哦。反正又很累了，玩整天应该又不行了。得大喊了一下，我头脑直接裂开。哇，这么有人已经死了。DC 啊，有2个人 DC 是吗？哎呦，可怜。Kesian sangat。哎，真的是我吐哦。哦，我又吐了。哇，我一次放错。哦，怎么旁边这样满去？我才刚开始而已。不要啊！你们干嘛哦？那里做错什么事情得罪你们了？我真是吐啊！OK。我的包裹那里得罪你们了？你们真的是一只 M 哦！不要这样嘛！哎，我看错。哦。
是一个死人场的。 finish off this Sunday evening, but the week after that, I'll be fine with releasing the mod with a few placeholder animations since some people are kind of hyped for it. It's pretty much done aside from the missing base animations. Senior, I don't know if you can understand me currently because of the Google mic. But I mean, I'll tell you afterwards. I'll still be going Chinese for now. I'll tell you afterwards. 没有想到哦，我是被孤立的时候吐了。好听吗？我的麦音呢？简直不是我的麦啊，这个是我的 webcam 的麦来的，然后我把它弄得更长，把它弄得更塞，所以才会这样好听。
Oh. Shit. What did I do to deserve this? Oh. This is so bad though. Oh my god. Oh, this is so bad though. Okay. Damn it, man. I can't. What is this? I love how it's all just like one single hole over there. There we go. Gosh. Oh. Oh. There we go. Fuck. Oh. I'll do it again. Tyrion. My god, the shiny. I mean, I like shiny, but still. Why did I do that? That's why, okay. Oh, get KO'd. Trying to bully me? No way, man. I am busting out my pro gamer move. Oh god. Not like this. Oh. Oh, thanks, game. That was just game being really nice to me. I'm not gonna waste that. Oh. I'll do it. Mmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to block that too much. Had to do it. Oh! Oh! Oh, nice. Durian, why now? Oh god damn it. Mama, I swear to god I'm gonna cry. Oh, that works. It's fine. This one works. Not really, but I'll take it. Ooh! I want to sneeze. Not now. Nose, come on. God damn it, nose, not now. I realize I'm not even speaking Chinese anymore. Don't worry about it. Woohoo! Alright too. That's nice. I looked it wrong. God damn, it's so fast. Whoa, shit. I pressed the wrong thing. Okay, don't block it, it's fine. Durian. This is so bad. Durian. Oh! The Weeps mom, the little robot girl. If they are content with some crusty animations for a few uncommon animations, then it's Gucci. Mod for what? DRG. Sorry, I'm not even speaking Chinese, but I'm gonna deactivate it anyway. Replace Bosco with an anime girl. Someone else made the model and I'm doing the animations. I like the character's design, so that's why I picked it up. Oh. Rock and stone, brother. No, it's golden scales now, Wolfie. The guy who made the Cobalt mod coincidentally questions my choices, but he better not make fun of me too much or I won't tutor him on animation where cause it's slow, in my opinion. Yeah, I played this game for 25 hours, max. You have to understand. I only play for 25 hours, I'm not good, like, at all. In 99, which is the grand mode, is way faster when closing in. If a link is okay, I can show the model. Yes, link is okay. I want to see the model, the anime girl, right? I'm gonna try again. Oh, I got third place! I got third place! Let me look at it. And sorry for any audio glitches. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's Bosco? Right, I mean... Yeah. Actually a clever design. Yeah, actually a clever design. I can see why you picked it up. It's good and clever. If I should get NSO for myself, NSO. Is it a game? Wait, NSO. Nintendo Switch OLED? Is that NSO? What would you do with it? That's how you always approach these questions. That's a good one. Oh, Nintendo subscription online. Oh. Nintendo Switch OLED works as well. Actually, online makes more sense. I'm greedy. I'm not greedy anymore, I'm scared, thanks. Huh. Huh. Never thought that. Not really a good idea. Yeah, that's why. Why am I doing this again? Checks out. Oh, wait, that was it. God damn it, man. Oh, that works. Does it? Kinda does. Game, why are you doing this? There we go. Actually, both works, see? Oh, nice! Fuse kit main. Yeah, I'm doing it. Oh, have to pick up the pace. Yeah. Yep. I hate myself sometimes. Don't worry about it. All good. Look at that. Easy fix. Oh, that's a bad idea. Oh, Durian is next up. Oh, God. It's fine. There. Durian! Durian always come at the wrong time, man. Oh, I should went the other way. Still works out. Kinda. There we go. Oh, get KO'd. Oh my god, I am killing them in game. I'll do it. I regret my deeds and my decision. Hey! I cannot see who did that, you lucky! Woo! Excuse me? Excuse me? Oh, hi Cheesecake. God, Cheesecake bully. How you doing, Cheesecake? Yeah, I saw you playing Baton Brutal. Wait, was it yesterday? Oh shit, I don't remember. Was it you or was it coffee? Wait, I think it's coffee. My bad. It was yesterday? Wait, it was you? Wait. Sorry, my brain died a little bit. You good? Nice, good to know. It was yesterday. I guess I didn't watch multiple streams, so maybe that's why I got confused. Coffee did Baton today and I am yesterday. Oh, Coffee's today is my yesterday. So your yesterday is my morning? Something like that. Or early. Before I stream, I guess. Yeah, I saw you stream Baton. Brutal. For a short time before I prepare for stream, I think. If I remember correctly. Yeah. Time zone's weird, man. Time zone's weird. But me can and me would take action. Do your calculations. I'm lazy. I don't like numbers. I don't like math of time zone. Time zone's weird. I mean, I'm GMT plus 8. And that's the information I own. Yeah. What am I going to say again? Oh, that's not good. I'll take it. Getting greedy again, am I? Spicy. Yo, hi Brecky. Hello, welcome. How you doing? Huh. Let me... Oh, god damn it. Okay, it's fine. A mama says never panic. That's what I intend to do. Never panic. Go on. Okay, Cheesecake, out of the corner of my eye I can see I can see so many. That's you. Oh my god, Cheesecake, Sorry, cheesecake stinky. Oh, we got Rick rolled. You got. I am well, hope you are too. Oh, I am very well. Thank you, Breck. Good to know you're doing well. Yeah. My brain is very happy that I'm playing Tetris 99. I love this game, albeit I'm not good at it. Like, not very good at it. As evidence here. Whoa. Got a new drawing tablet. I am so heckin' excited. Oh, new drawing tablet? Oh my god, yay. Speaking of, I should probably get a new tablet, but at the same time, I feel like my tablet is still working fine. Yeah, I'm not getting a new one. It's okay. But hooray for new tablet, hell yeah! Oh, I'm getting greedy. Oh, I'm getting greedy again. Okay, no more, I'm scared. I'm getting scared because I'm hearing beeping noises. I don't like that. Oh my god! Who did that? You're lucky that I cannot see anything right now. Oh, I can see something, just that I'm... Hey! This is all kinds of bad. Can you guys stop for a second? Like, what did I do wrong here? Huh? Oh, bad. I cannot get in! God damn it, man. Oh, God. I cannot get in. What am I supposed to do about that? Wasn't planning to get it, but I had a great opportunity. Couldn't say no. Try left spin eyepieces. Oh, that makes the difference? Okay. I'll do it. Left spin, huh? L pieces, left spin. Okay. And Kobo is flying in Tetris space. Who did that? 2 ouches? Wait, why can't I see it? Oh, it's Cheese. You know what? Fair enough. Cheese is a dragon. It makes sense. Whoa. I would never... Yeah, Cheesecake would never do that. I mean, Cheesecake? No. You're good Durgan, right? Only got slightly scared. It's Malzeno. I mean, I do love Mazantar a lot. I do love Malzeno a lot, which kind of drives me to have this redeem. All good. Right? Malzeno is so adorable. And cool. And elegant. And everything. What am I saying again? Why am I doing this? Oh, this is stupid. Oh no. Oh no. Actually, no, it kind of works out. It's so pretty. Yeah. Gonna love Malzino. Durian. Oh, I'm doing stupid stuff again. There we go. That works. Durian. No. Yeah, I think it would be a bad idea. This one's just me keep making bad decisions. Yeah, welcome to my bad decision making. Oh, this is so bad. Don't worry. Don't worry, everything is fine. Everything is A-O heckin' K. Do not even worry. Yeah, where's my... Too little, too late, Orange. Oh. I'll take it. Oh, I hate it. I blame the shiny. I cannot believe it. I'm blaming the shiny. Sportsmanship gone. That works. Oh. Blaming the shiny, unheard of. Oh, I don't like those noises. I like that. Durian. Can I do it? Nope, I regret my deeds and whatever that I'm doing. Whoa, mama. That works, right? Why am I doing this to myself? Like... Why? You know? I'll do it. Yeah. Why they do it? Yeah. Oh. Oh, all good. Never panic. Never panic. Mom says never panic. 处死的挣扎。I love this game. Did you know Nandros is a good sweet treat? Yeah, cheesecake. Also, yeah, Streamlabs is very aggressive. Because I never drink. I need hydrate. as a Tetris veteran, what's the opinion on Puyo Puyo Tetris? Heard it's unbalanced of if doing both games against each other. Puyo Puyo Tetris? I guess this is the only Tetris game I played. Not even like the old. Oh, I did play Tetris 2 on the NES, I think. Actually, cheesecake is the sweet bean here. Get a know you card. Still can't figure out which way it's unbalanced then, as people always say opposing opinions. But then again, like most people have different opinion on games, so think that's a good 4-hour animating 2 seconds of action. Gonna try to get some sleep before my eyes become more red. Thanks for the chill vibe again. Oh, fancy. Thank you for hanging around. Yeah, animation is difficult. It takes a long time to make things feel alive. But yeah, go get some sleep. Get that eyes rested. Rest well. Big appreciate you stopping by. As a Puyo Puyo veteran, what is Puyo Puyo? Animating is fun but hard. Oh yeah. I only make models because I know animating is too hard for me. I do need to make more models though. I mean, I miss my snake, and also I need to remake my Eastern Dragon model. I'll do it someday. Let me check what Puyo Puyo is. God, sorry. Puyo Puyo. Why is Puyo Puyo giving me public bang per heart? Yeah. No. Models very cool. Yee. Yeah, I like making models. That's Puyo Puyo? Oh. It looks like Dr. Mario-esque. Oh, there is Puyo Puyo Tetris. Is it like 2 games in one? Oh, it's for the PS5. Oh, and Nintendo Switch. Huh. Like this one you're currently seeing. Try to do 3D, but my brain does not work with 3D stuff. It's tough. I get that. My brain doesn't really work with 3D space a lot back then. Like my brain doesn't really work well against like for it. But just because I like doing 3D models, I just kind of force myself to like understand. So to a point where I just like, okay. Like honestly, my first ever model is like absolutely terrible. Like it's terrible to a point where it's cursed. But now, yeah, I think I can do okay-ish model at least. Dr. Mario is a fair comparison. Fundamentally different. Ah, okay. So like the mechanics different. I mean, it's very different because Dr. Mario pretty much is trying to clear the virus faster than the other people. I will stick my 2D animating. Oh, you do 2D animating? Oh. I can hardly draw. I can only do models. It's so weird. You made your model? Whoa! Oh, that dragon is your own model? God, that is so adorable. Oh, I love that one a lot. Okay, why is everyone so aggressive? Oh, I messed up. There. Alright, chill out, jeez. No. Oh. I messed up. Why did I do that? There we go. Oh my god, game. Alright, fine. Trying to bully me, huh? I mean, you did it. It's fine, I got this. I don't got this anymore. Never panic. Just like how I play Tekken, never panic. I'm panicking a little bit. I may be panicking a little bit. Oh. Nice who. Oh, that works. I'll do it. Sorry if I'm not looking at chat at the moment. I wanna try hard at this game. Oh my god, what the fuck is that? Never panic. Never panic. Everything's fine. I messed up. Can you stop? Can the alarm stop for 1 second? Can I not get the alarm currently? That would be great. Not good. I had to do it. Oh. Don't block it. You guys like not? I'll do it. I'm getting bullied. If you ever learn to draw, you will have a massive advantage of your knowledge of shapes. Right, right. That's why I've been working on a bit of a emote sometimes. But it's painful. I still prefer sculpting. Sculpting is great. I am also not the best at drawing. I am still learning a lot. We learn. Like, everyone learns every moment we learn how to draw, like as an artist. Top 30? Actually, top 30 is not bad. I'll take it. I will take it. Do I constantly look that drunk when I play? I look drunk when I play, oh god. Drunk? I mean, the eyes looks not open. Yeah. Thanks, Mickey. Why am I getting greedy so early on? Why'd I do that? Okay, let's not get greedy. I'm already at like dangerous levels. I'm in the danger zone. The danger zone. Why? Oh, why? Oh, that works. Okay, okay. Absolutely calculated. Stop. Oh my god. I messed up. Nice. Not nice. I'm not blocking that. There we go. Oh, that's a bad idea. Yo! This is why I get for trying to go too fast. Gonna go fast. Yeah, durian. There we go, no big deal. Yeah, that's a big deal, it's fine. That's kinda cool. Durian. Durian. Uh oh, I messed up. Oh, durian! Oh, that's blue. There, now all works. Stink, I saw that. Oh, get KO'd. Getting greedy again. Getting greedy again. Oh, this is bad, this is bad. Okay, don't get greedy, don't get greedy. Oh god. Never panic. Mama says never panic. Yeah. Never panic. Everything's fine. God, that's so sad, no? Oh. Game, please. It before those spicy Indian chicken? Where? You mean in the Mamak store? That one block? The Russian kick music. Yeah. Hi, reader. Need training for Tetris? Oh god, no. I don't want to train. I just want to play and naturally get good, I guess. Like, the thing about me with games, I feel like if I have to train for a game, that's not having fun anymore. That's like doing homework. Not to me anyway. That feels like I'm doing homework. Yup. That's not mine. I think that one is Ion's one. Tekken is different, Roxas. Let me just say that fighting games are different because I enjoy them. See, nope, nope. The Choco. There, that's mine. Tekken is different. Training for games that are not fighting game ain't fun. Right? Something about training for fighting game, because it's just more fun. Yep. Huh. Should have done that. It's too early. Ooh. Line. One more. There we go. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. At least the assault stopped. That I can get behind. Durian. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that feels good. Why did I do that again? Don't ask. Oh! All good. That was my battle cry. Don't worry. Don't worry. All good.
Skill
Never.
issue.
What? Skill issue? I mean, yeah. Cannot deny that shit. Truly. Oh, getting greedy again. Nope. Dangerous. See? Yeah. Durian. Ooh, nice. Oh, God. Durian. T. Yay! What the fuck? Excuse you, game? T. El Cook. Ga. Two lines. Gosh. Okay. Oh. Oh. All good. Never panic. Never panic. God damn it. Never panic. Oh. Oh, good. There. Oh. Let's take a breathe for a second. That was unintended. One more. Woohoo! I messed up. Durian! Wee! Wah! Wah! Scary. Oh, I'm third again! God, I'm so good. Yeah. I got two third places today. What a gamer. Seeing the LPs placed horizontally by accident hurts me. I'm sorry. I did try to spin it out, but too late. Spinning. That was fun. Oh. Something just occurred to me that I can play online. That means I can online Mario Kart? Did you ever try 4 wide? What is that? What is 4 wide? I can Mario Kart Online! Oh. 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 Kinda want to try it. But I want to play more of this for now. Oh, I never played Mario Kart Online though. Is where you leave 4 blocks of space and stack everything else very high. Leave 4 blocks of space? Oh, you mean instead of leaving 1, I'll leave 4? Isn't that a little bit dangerous? What do I do with that? If I leave 4, huh? Four. That's 3. Oh shit. How do I get 1 more? No, that. What the fuck? What the fuck? I can aim by a pro. It's fine. Oh! It's fine. It's fine. Okay, who the fuck was the pro that aimed at me? That was so scary. That was so good, no? Also very scary. Durian. Nice. Getting greedy again? Okay, this is a bad time to be greedy. Oh fuck. Durian! Durian! There. That works. In my book. Oh, shiny! Eh. 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 I go fucking die to my mama. All good. Don't worry about it. I'm slightly worrying about it. Oh, wait, that fits perfectly. Wait, I want to do that. Oh, yeah. I love this game. Ooh, almost messed up again. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that was almost clean. Is it possible to clear out everything? I mean, it should be possible. Oh. It's a bad one. That works. That doesn't work. God, too little, too late. God damn it. Oh. Eh. Everything's fine. Like, I think everything is fine. Oh! What can I do? The alarm never stops! God! I think I know what's up. The alarm gives me anxiety. I'm scared. Easy combo, but garbage hurts very hard. At least that's what the tutorial tells me. This tutorial? In the Puyo Puyo Tetris game, people don't like it because it's so strong very easily. Don't know about Tetris 99 meta. There's a meta? Huh. I mean, every game has a meta. Yeah. I just never thought of that. 25? I'm top 25. I'm so good. I'm so good. Recovering from the top of the screen is very powerful skill. I was so surprised at first people just bang me with all the garbage blocks. It's so scary. Never bad to be greedy as a kobold. Always be greedy when you're a kobold. Please give all shinies, thank you. I want to play more. That got me thinking. I might want to play Mario Kart. Anyone here plays Mario Kart with motion controls? Why? Wait, I got it wrong. Oh. Oh. Huh. Oh my god. Oh Jesus, how much is there? Oh. What am I doing? What do you mean in Mario Kart apart from motion controls? 69! Funny haha number. I mean Bowser? Is that a main? I mean Bowser. And occasional Waluigi. Because Waluigi number 1. Tried motion control 2 times, felt bad on both occasions? If it's my own devices, me go with standard card with middleweight, probably bad. Oh, I think I just go for acceleration the most. Acceleration and handling? How many? 4? Okay. I don't know what I did wrong to y'all, but hey. At least you guys have goals. What was that? Shiny. Who hurt you? I am not the one that's hurting you. Please stop aiming at me. I cannot see shit. What? Why am I getting bullied? Oh Jesus, I cannot see shit. Oh my god, man. Oh my god, every line is a fucking flashbang. I'm just constantly getting flashbanged. What is this? I mean, it's cool, I guess. Apart from me getting flashbang constantly, it's kinda cool. Yeah, that was the most aggressive play I had. Here we go. Here comes the assault. I got this. I think. I think it's... yeah, it's dying down. Thank goodness. Oh, okay. I can see. I can see again. Tyrion. I got greedy and I paid for it. Ooh. Oh, those what? Why is that so fast? Ah, cool beans. Alright, let me just do this. Mmm. Uh-oh. Alright, here we go again. Why? That works. Thanks, Harmonica. Oh, I tried. Slow and steady and heavy. Nom. I still miss the heavy nom noises for the spooders in DRG. Top 20 easy. It is top. Oh, I am top 20. 19. That's good enough. I'm surprised that I keep getting like top. I think I'm getting top 50 consistently. I'm very surprised, to be honest. How? Like how? I don't know. Thanks, Fang. I'll play a few more. I'll play a few more. So much more positive about this than me. Hmm? Random fruit. Consider everything to below first to be a loss. Oh god, that's a little bit too harsh, isn't it? That one might be a little bit too harsh. I just consider that like some things that I do in the game sometimes is kind of cool, like defending against a huge attack. Like that makes me feel good, and I consider that as a win, kinda. Oh, so greedy. This is what I get. My guy, why is it so shiny again? You guys not? Oh. I'm gonna cry. Oh. Why is it always so intense? I mean, it is Tetris 99, I guess. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, goodness me. Oh, goodness me. There goes my top 50 consistently. Although, to be fair, I didn't make a lot of mistakes. Too much mistakes that round. Doing cool things is good motivation. Like in Tekken, when I land the double electric combo, it's always so it feels so good. That's why I love Tekken always. Like I sometimes I don't care about winning or losing. Sometimes just like electric is cool. Just throw that shit out all day. If it hits, I'm good. If it gets punished, they are good. You know that feeling. I pretty much just throw electrics all day until it hits. No, it's the beeping noise again. Oh god. Right, never panic. Never panic. Whoa, mama, I'm panicking a little bit. I don't know what happened. T-spin? Oh, I mean, that's cool. Now that's a T-spin and a half. Oh, okay. Cool. I did a T-spin. No, that was not top 50 as well. Oh. I want more. I'll just play a few more rounds. Yeah, so close to 50. Gosh, now I'm thinking Mario Kart or Pokemon. I haven't finished Pokemon as well, but I never tried Mario Kart Online. T-spin. I think I spin the T a little bit. That's good enough. Okay, please not so intense from the start. At least give me a bit of a warning before you do that. Oh, that's bad. Oh, I already did it anyway. Oh, god. There. Why? Don't ask me. It's so scary. Okay. Let's not do that too much, it's a bit scary. That's not worth, isn't it? Durian. Don't worry. Never panic. Ooh. What am I doing? Durian. Oh, Durian actually saves the day? Oh. That's not it. Oh, nice. Oh, this might get spicy. Nice. Not so nice anymore. Alright, that's kind of scary. Why'd I do that? It's fine. Never panic. Oh, I should have done that. Ooh, that's good. Wee! Durian! Durian! Oh, set! Oh! Never panic! Never! Oh, never
Tetris,
panic!
let's go. Wo yao chi nasi lemak.
你要吃那些吗？哎，I mean， 你要吃那些吗？可以耶。你那边没有没 ？God, never panic. God, save it. Ooh, that was close. Durian, Durian. Oh, good. Let's go, never panic. Woohoo! Oh, that feels so good. God, I count it as a big win for myself. That works. Oh my god, what the fuck is so fast? I'll do it. Kinda funny, isn't it? How do I do T-spin? I did it? The game says I did it. I see. Yeah. Never panic. No, I messed up. Top 10. Here Nadai, I can cook the nasi lemak but no sambal. I mean, you don't eat spicy stuff, right? I mean, you're not good with spicy food, isn't it? Top 50 is in breach once more. And the move are similar too when thrown out randomly. Punishing complete reasonable and safe pokes instantly. I carry to the wall like mad. The power electrics. Having tough training with Korean spicy noodles. Oh, wow! Hey, no, never buy for me one. I said no. I said no. I want Korean spicy noodles, but shit's expensive. Shit costs like 22 ringgit here for like five package. One package with 5 small packages inside, or 4 even. It's like 22 ringgit. Shit's expensive, man. One pack. Oh, one pack. One single noodle pack, is it? Yeah, it's so expensive. But it cannot help. It cannot deny that that tastes really good. Right? Korean spicy noodles is really good. I mean, at least I love it. Alright? And I'm pretty sure a lot of people love it as well. It's a good kind of spicy. Get the carbonara. Is there carbonara? I don't know about that. Let's go! I'm debating whether to play Mario Kart or Pokemon. Like, I sincerely want to try out Mario Kart Online. The greed, it's oozing. Oh god, it's so shiny again. At this point, I shouldn't be afraid of shiny, to be honest. Shiny means that I get to attack them a lot. Right? Think of it that way then. Yeah, shiny good. Shiny never betray me. That works. Oh, that's what you get. That's what you get for aiming at me. That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? How do I even... like... There we go. Yeah, that's not too bad. I mean, it looks a little bit scary, but it's honestly not too bad. Why? Why? Oh god, why? Why? Who's the stink? Oh, hi, Crip. Oh, greedy. Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. Nah. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Why? Oh, this is so sad. The L piece is like... No! How the fuck am I still top 10? With this kind of situation, I'm still top 10? I mean, I'll take it. It's kind of funny. Oh, there we go. Getting bullied now. Fair enough. There are a couple flavors. Language lesson cancelled. Teacher is on holiday and forget to tell me. Wow. On holiday? What, they celebrate Raya as well? Surprise free day? Sounds good. I'm top 10. I haven't been on Twitch for a while, but what happened? 1 or 6 ads? They're all 5 seconds long? Huh. Five seconds long ads? I mean, cool, I guess. They lower down the ad thing? The next 2 Mondays are public holiday. Oh, wow, only on Monday? Oh. When I look at the gameplay and think about what I've done differently to get higher combos, does it mean there'll be a decent chance of it being capable of Tetris PvP? Or is that just Dunning-Kruger effect? Oh god, I have no idea what that means. Still working? Yeah. You can do that on YouTube so skip ads don't show, but on Twitch, what's the point in that? But it's funny. It sure sounds funny. I mean, 5-second ad. It's not 30-second ad. 1 out of 6 30-second ad. In my case, it means I think myself capable because I know nothing. Sounds like me. Dunning-Kruger alcohol? That's alcohol? No lesson. No lesson is fine. Maybe I can play a little bit of Mario Kart as well. I don't think I can play Mario Kart for like 6 hours as well, so yeah. I'll play a few more. Like maybe 1 or 2 more. Because my brain is like dying. People who know a lot are less confident in contrast. You know, sounds like alcohol. Does it? I mean, I never look into alcohol, so I have no idea. If you're gonna try Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, no other way to find out that to play. True. Just play the game, right? Durian. Oh, what am I doing? It pains me a little bit. Durian! Not worth. What? Again? Oh, God, okay, fine. What? What the fuck? I hate it here. Oh my God, let me see something. Alright, thanks. This is my own fault. That good?
Emotional damage.
Sounds about right. Nah, this doesn't help. This is getting ridiculous. Oh. Why? Oh. Oh, now is the time. Now is the time to not be greedy. Okay. God, this is. What are you doing, game? Woo. Why did I do that? Never panic. Mama said. Results for Dunning-Kruger alcohol. This, no idea what those are about. Sounds about right, huh? What's your combo game plan? I have no game plan. I just sort of stack blocks and play? Question mark? Or like leave one line vertically and stack it up as neatly as possible. Adapting moment to moment, I guess? Yeah, I don't think I have a game plan for this one. I just sort of play to my feels. Kinda. Alright, one last one. Because my brain is getting painful. One last one and then some Mario Kart. Mario Kart. Although right now it's like Friday, what time? Friday 3:14 in the afternoon. Is it gonna be people playing? You often drop combos and I wonder where you're going because you're clearly setting something up. Does combo affect like the lines sent to other people as well? I never thought much. I never think much about like the combos and the combos in this game. Already? Shouldn't be surprised at this point. Oh, Durian's coming soon. Durian! Nice. That's an early KO. Nice. What am I doing? Oh, now I need more lines. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. Whoa! Whoa! Really? I mean, we take those, right? Whoa. That's not good. That's actually good enough. Uh-oh, spaghetti. Durian. Oh. That's a weird one. Ooh, that's nice. Uh-oh. Okay, too scary, too scary. I panic too easily when I play this game. Ah. 25 is not bad. Combo strong. As we understand it, combo increase the amount of garbage you send. Oh, wow. Is combo like back-to-backs? No, back-to-back is different. Combo 4. So combo is normally how many lines I send. Clearing a lane per drop. Ah, okay. Why is back-to-back and max combo different? Oh, all clear? Okay, so it's actually possible to have it all clear. Okay. I didn't see that before. How do you even do all clear? Could be 2 Tetris in a row, could be 8 single lines in a row. Back-to-backs, right? I feel like back-to-back, yeah. Back-to-back sounds like 2 Tetris in a row. No T-spins, by the way. I'm gonna let my brain rest for a little bit. My brain. Don't know about back-to-back? Yeah, same. But good to know that's all clear. That answers my questions before. I should change the title first. For the thing. Sorry about that. But combo is just you drop one piece to clear a line, then clear a line with the next piece. Sounds like combo, right? I think I understand how it works. Okay, now it's Kobo playing with cards. Easy concept, but Tetris is hard to explain with words. Fair, fair. Okay, I changed the title. Now I'm playing with cards. Oh, I don't need to change the game though. I think I have it. Here, yeah. It's here now, haha. Since they only watch YouTube. Exclamation mark game. I don't have the command. Here, let me change the controller. I want to use motion control. Hello, YouTube. Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier. Oh yeah, the friend request. Let me close this first. God, that was fun. I'm gonna do that more. Can I do friend request here? Hopefully it's not gonna show too much personal information. I mean, I know harmonica. Why is there Tomuto? Automat Tomuto? Oh, is that Tomato? I didn't know Tomato plays Switch as well. Look at this fat cat. Decline block. Decline block harmonica. Yeah. Need to read this one. Eiru? I have Google Translate on my phone. Here, let me use that. Camera. Japanese to English. Alright, how do you read that? Oh, Tomato wave. Okay, so it is Tomato. That's Ma? I thought that's Moo. It is Tomato. Huh. Can I become friends with you? Thanks. Good enough. Okay, let me change the game. I need friends too. Well, I don't know when I showed my friend code. Apparently that's how they add me. Ooh, it's thundering again. What? But it's so sunny outside. What do you mean? At least I have no night activities today. Showed it multiple times just now, for example. Did I now? Where? I need to know. I need to know where it is. Okay, so I went to friends. We got Mario Kart on my page. My page. Yeah, I play a little bit, but the Call of the Lambs on Switch is kind of sad. It's so unresponsive. Oh. Oh. I see. That's how you guys know. How fast did you guys type? Holy shit! There's a lot of numbers though. 121340 12850. Shit, that's a lot of numbers. I mean, screenshot works as well. And look at Narix 5 days ago, and then Leon's just like offline. Boo, Leon, boo. Oh yeah, let me change the controller real quick. Change grip controller. Got him. Then I just tie this one up. There we go. Got him. Safety first. Now I can charge my Pro controller. What you doing? Changing controller. Tying up the wrist strap. Where's the wire? Let me charge the Pro controller as well. Just in case. I don't want it to have like no battery. So confused? Why? Wait, why are you confused though? Oh, that's my USB noises, by the way. Got him. Let's go Mario Kart. I want to play online. Although I'm probably gonna lose a lot, which is fine. Oh. Because you just connected one Joy-Con half? Yeah, because I'm using motion controls. And it's easier. Do I just go straight to online play? No, I want to go single player. The game's kind of soft, isn't it? There's no way to like up the voice of this thing. I mean, there is a way. You up the voice generally. Yeah, let me make the game a little bit louder for y'all. This is like a bit of a Skyrim problem. You know, where Skyrim's like so soft. Okay, hopefully you guys can hear a little bit better. Grand Prix. Okay, which one do I want? 150cc. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Are you guys seeing this with 60 FPS or are you guys seeing this with like laggy? Like not 60 FPS. Just kind of curious because on OBS it looks kind of not smooth as butter. Can't tell? Alright, fair enough. Let me try to go into a game, then we know. Oh, sorry. I pressed the wrong thing. There we go. Bowser! Which car is good? Oh yeah, there's stats. Yeah, there it is. Okay, this is motion controls. I'm blocking it by using motion controls there. Like that. And then, do I need auto drive? No, there's no need auto drive. It's okay. Ooh, acceleration. Wow, look at this acceleration. Wow, I'm using this one. I don't want too much speed. I cannot control it. That's good. Is that a Bowser head? That's a Bowser. Oh, okay. Maximum auto drive. Nah, I'm not using auto drive. I'm disabling it and also using motion controls. Nah, that's my settings. Hopefully I'm not blocking too much other things. Alright, here we go. Let's play one Grand Prix, shall we? I did play a little bit of Grand Prix, but I never really like finished every single Grand Prix because there's just a little bit too much. I want the one with... Oh, Wario Gold Mine is fun. SS Outpost is new. Hyrule Circuit? Circuit? I'm playing this one. I want to play Wario's Gold Mine. That music is god tier. Let's go! I wonder if low speed is viable here. Sonic All-Stars Racing Transform. Full speed is best with no real debate. Oh. Honestly, I have no idea. I just like acceleration because whenever people throw me with things, I recover fast enough. Yo, I'm playing Mario Kart on stream. It feels so different. Let's go. That works. Is that my counterpart? I'm throwing it behind. Oh, I got a coin I wanted. Oh god. I can't see anything. Thank you. Snoop. Oh. No! Bullies! Wait, no, I'm so far away. Wait, I'm so far away. I'm not a bully. Oh, fuck. Praise the Mario Kart Wii skills. I'm saving this one, just in case anything tries to destroy me. Unless I get lightning, then that's sad. Let's hope not. Oh, well, a ghost is even worse. Help. No! I'm messing up. Oh fuck. God damn it, Dry Bowser, come back. Don't you even try. You piece. Get banan! That works. Woohoo! God, 150cc easy. Oh, it's so good. I love it. Of course, Bowser #1. Oh yeah, there's highlight reel. I love how there's highlight reel. Gonna music's good. Whoa. Dude, highlight reel is OP, man. Oh shit! I didn't think that hit. Look at that. I'm so good. Oh, Wings of Fire, hi. I'm probably gonna suffer here. I mean, if it's like the Wii version of Rainbow Road, then I can do it. But this is not the Wii version. Lucky. That's not a good idea, is it? Okay. Does it work?
Favorite Rainbow Road, and why is it the one from 7?
Wait, I didn't hear that. What? I don't think that's good. Okay, play slow, play slow. This Rainbow Road doesn't seem too hard. That was close. Nope. Hee. Look at that self-defense. Oh, the blue, the blue shell is coming my way. God. Was it hiding actually? Seems to be mostly items and tricks. Seems to me that way. Yeah. It's just when I do things, when I do tricks and or if I use items and it hits. Favorite Rainbow Road, and why is it the one from 7? But my favorite Rainbow Road is Mario Kart Wii one. I mean, to be fair, it's the only Mario Kart that I played. I never really played the other versions of Mario Kart other than Mario Kart Wii. And that's why I'm so used to using motion controls. I use the Wii remote, and then just driving it with Wii remote feels like I'm grabbing a real steering wheel. I do wonder if they'll include this track in every entry from now on. Hopefully. I mean, Rainbow Road is fun. Wii's also a good pick. Yeah, Wii's Rainbow Road is fun as heck. It's just constant speed up. My pick is 7 because of plants and turns and gliding and low gravity jumping. Low gravity jumping? Wow. That's a lot of things in one. Let's go, Bowser! That was quick. My coin. Oh. I didn't shake vigorously enough. Oh no. Kinda scary how I'm just keep getting coins now because of this. Ah, so there's nothing I can do about it. Two? Nice. Play safe, play safe. Get bananed. That's right, get bananed. Which, by the way, they kind of butchered an 8 by putting their own gravity mechanic on top of, making the jumps tiny. Oh. 7. Gonna love getting coins in first place. Fair enough, right? Because if first place keeps getting banana all the time, then it's a little bit too strong. I mean, that's how I feel anyway. Is there a more harmless item than Blooper? To me, it's very harmful currently because I don't know the course. So it's still a little bit scary, but still pretty harmless. Yeah, this game's more quiet than usual, like than the other games, I would say. Weakest DS and 3DS because of the map. Oh. Oh, good. Oh, the sound is different. Nope. Uh-oh. God damn it, no! Ugh. It's okay, acceleration, baby! Oh, I went into it. Dang it. Whoa. What hit me? No, why there's so many things? Woohoo! God, my first place! Uh oh. God! Oh no! I got Mario Karted! No, I got Mario Karted. The overall theme from the first game. Yeah, I heard that music a lot, and it's really good. 55 points, that's good enough. I will listen to the music again. God, the music is so high. The fucking blue shells, man. Yeah, it sure feels like just like item uses when it hits. Even when I'm the one getting hit. Even when I'm the one getting hit. Thanks, game. It's supposed to be a highlight reel game. Come on. Don't highlight my shame. Oh, that was fun. Alright, time to go online. I like getting messed up. And Bowser is so cute though. I wonder if your card is actually viable for online. My competition was always behind before adjusting. Wait, those things actually matters? I actually have no idea. And I'm just gonna go online and see how it goes. Oh, good. $2p, $1p. I've never been here before. Hi, Toad. Worldwide regional friends tournaments? Worldwide? Worldwide or regional? Huh? I put mine in America because I want to go to Nintendo eShop. But if I choose regional, is it gonna pair me out with... I'm gonna try regional and see if I get like Japanese or like just Asia in general, maybe. I never played Battle, but I want to play VS Race. Didn't accelerate fast. Turn okay-ish top speed. Mine was all-rounder is a bit bad, huh? Let's try it. Bowser! A bit more speed maybe then? But no acceleration gives me... It's a bit weird to have no acceleration, no? Actually, I'll keep it like this, it's okay. Okay, so same thing, no auto drive, motion controls. There. Right? I'm not blocking it. When it got hit, it took time to get going at top speed. Other drones pass easily. Yeah, that's why I love acceleration. Which one is me? That's me? Oh, it's Japanese. I did get paired with Japanese. All right. Why is that one me? I didn't even make a me. I should make a me of my own. Yeah, I didn't make a me for this. I didn't know I have to make a me for this. Imagine Mario Mushroom George. Okay, fine. Yep. Japan. United States. Which I'm not in United States, by the way. There's so many Waluigi. 1, 2, 3, at least 5 Waluigi. Hey, who? Bully. Who's bullying me? They seem to know the shortcut of this map. Why did everyone suddenly stop? Oh, is it my connection bad? Yeah. My connection bad. Oh, it's Aisu, hi! Maybe I should try using my, Am I connected to 5 or 2.4? I forgot. connection died. Hi, Isu. How you doing? Sunhaven? Ooh, I see Leon play that a lot. Why is Sunhaven? You know what? Let me try to connect to the. Let me check my internet, but I'm pretty sure I cannot show this, so I'll be here for a little bit. Hey, Drake check. All right. I'm doing better when you do push-ups and squats. I will. Give me a second. Let me just do this real quick. Internet settings. Oh, I'm connected to 5. No wonder. 5 is a little bit too far from me. Let's get 2.4. I'm not showing my password. This is very confidential. All right, I'm connecting to 2.4. This should be better. Hopefully. Hopefully. Okay. I'm big. Switch not on Ethernet? No, it's not. I don't have another Ethernet cable. I only have one. So it's a little bit sad that playing online without Ethernet cable is a little bit scary. Sunhaven is something like Stardew Valley? Ah. That explains why Leon plays it non-stop. There's a bunch of races you can be though. Kobold, Dragon, Reptilian. Thanks game, I know. Nagas? Oh shit! Oh, Nagas is good. Oh, love how people say Stardew Valley nowadays instead of Harvest Moon. I don't see any new Harvest Moon games now. They dropped so hard with that IP. Probably because there hasn't been a Harvest Moon in 5 ever. Yeah, that's the thing. I haven't seen the Harvest. Hi, Angelico. Oh yeah, let me do. I'll create a me afterwards. All right, while you guys listening to this music, I'm gonna do a bit of a workout here. What am I looking at? Why is there cursed Yoshi? What am I looking at? Oh shit. Here, look at Toad. I'm gonna do some workout. And let me enable this real quick. Oh, wait, I spelled it wrong. It's you guys know it's workout. All good. Alright, let me do it real quick. There are new Harvest Moon, but then the dev left the scene and moved to Marvelous. Now it's Story of Seasons. So Harvest Moon is now called Story of Seasons. That's kinda weird. Alright, need some space. I wouldn't say it's actually a workout. It's just a way for me to move my body. I'm doing it. Oh, the thunder. Oh shit. Okay, okay. Oh. Oh. Wow. I mean, it's not supposed to be a workout, I guess. It's only moving my body. Wait. Yeah. You for doing better now. Yeah, you better do better. You better feel better now, Aisu. Yee. The cutest Yoshi? Yeah. Oh, is it weird that I like Birdo? Birdo was kinda cute. No, nope. No, what is that? That's not Yoshi. What am I looking at? That's not Yoshi. Nuh-uh. There's very much no. You're you're lying. You're lying. That's not the Yoshi. I know Yoshi when I see one. Oh yeah, that's created me. How do I look like? Make a male, female, female. A rabbit Yoshi is as Yoshi as it gets. A rabbit Yoshi? No. I never thought about making me. How do I even make a me? Thick. Thick. Or what is that? I like it thick. This one looks like just someone getting punched on the face. Thick. Whoa. Hey yo. Oh yeah, you know I usually leave my mustache? Yeah, mustache, not beard. Beard is the one that's below. I usually leave my mustache like untrimmed. But since I consider myself as kind of a trans, I do kind of want to just get rid of them. So I've been trimming more regularly. You give it a picture and let it do the work? Huh? How do I do that? Yeah, go back. Choose a lookalike. More options. Copy me from Amiibo. What's Amiibo? I'll just start from scratch. It's okay. Don't know if the Switch still has that feature. Oh, it's for the 3DS. Okay, okay. So thick. Uwu. Uwu eyeshadow or both. I don't think the Switch has a camera. Oh, true though. Thick, but not thick. I don't know. Oh, oh, that's the eyeshadow. Eye bag. Oh, double chin. Oh. No. Thanks. Oh yeah. Moisturize. Is that moisturize? I don't care if it. I want to drink. Oh, video? Guess that's why they gathered it. Even if you could technically feed it some images. Something like AI. Oh, I'm blocking my own me. Maybe I should stay... Like, for now, I'll stay this way. Oh, do I just flip it horizontally? Let me try. Transform. Flip horizontal. Oh, that kind of works. I'll stay here for now. Double chin. Double chin. Go. Wow, charcoal. I mean, me in real life is quite... I mean, not pale, but kind of white. I'm not this, but I'm kind of a this. Not this. Kind of this. It don't reset the position anymore. Oh yeah, because I just flipped. I flipped the source on OBS. Big brain. Whoa. Nice rotate. Hairstyle. I'm still short haired, so let me. I'm gonna choose like a short hair one. How short is short? Thick. Thick. Oh, what does this mean? Oh, the Liu Hai. Okay, okay. Who this? I don't know. How would my hair look like? My hair is very short. Your color similar? Who bud? I mean, definitely not this. or this. Is it like go one way? This one looks like a baby. I think mine looks a little bit like this one. But I go... Oh yeah, that's it. My Liu Hai goes this way instead of the other way. Yeah, mine goes this way. Never thought about making my me looks like myself before. I always thought me needs to be like myself. Kinda. Oh, there's so much more hairstyle down here. My hair is very black. Show more? Whoa. Whoa. Oh shit. Nah, just make it black. We used to make a little me and we. Yeah. About 2000. Luxembourg also. Yeah, Luxembourg is there, but the Wii system is broken. I cannot get it open anymore. Kinda sad, to be honest. Eyes. Wow. Looks about right, like, since I'm Asian. Or maybe the... Mmm. Whoa. Bottom second from the right. Bottom single. This one? Don't have the light underneath. Code, friend code. Oh, you want my friend code? I mean, just now people added me. Here you can... profile. See that? See that? That's my friend code. Don't have the line underneath? I'll look at it afterwards. I assume that's enough time to get the friend code. It's public now? No, it's not very public. Oh no! Oh, thank God. The one with the line under this. Show it all the time. Oh, what if I upload this to YouTube and then people can just look at it? Oh, that's a bad idea, isn't it? I didn't think of that. Maybe I shouldn't upload. Maybe not. I'll skip this VOD then. This VOD will not go to YouTube. Now, for my own personal space sake. I didn't think of that. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. It's not like people can do much with it. I mean, I don't like receiving random friend requests from time to time, if that does happen. God, but Tetris but Mario Kart stream though. I'll think about it. You can choose not to accept if you don't know. Oh yeah, fair enough. Should be fine then. I'm thinking of this one just because I'm Asian. This is as Asian as it looks. I mean, except for the double chin. I should remove the double chin. Yeah, this is as Asian as it looks. Oh God. Oh, I can change the position. Oh shit. Oh shit! I can't. Oh no, game! Oh no, game! You're giving me too much power. Oh, what have you done? Oh, game! You shouldn't have done that. Okay, that's my eyes now. Hello. Wow. They all look so good though. Shit. Let's have it purple. Or actually very bright purple. Whiskers? Oh, eyebrows keep the eye. Parallel to the nose. Double. Parallel to the nose. Yeah, I think the flat eyes also is like tie up your shit. That sounds about right. Must be Krypton. Alright. Extend nose of eye. Oh! Oh, that kind of that kind of works. Oh no. Oh, I fucking can't. Oh fuck. Yeah, this is fucking good. That's a very common tactic. Oh no. Oh, I mean, what do I make of the eyebrows then? If I make it eyebrowless, column tree. It's actually column tree. Seeing with your nostrils like a Moldin Lennon. Oh yeah. Huh. Oh shit. The game is giving me too much power, is all I'm gonna say about this. Yeah, I cannot rotate the mouse, kinda sad. It's okay, this is like very... Yeah, this is good enough. A Peter Griffin chin! You can change your friend code by pressing reissue friend code. Oh, no, I'll just upload the VOD then, it's okay. If things go out of control, then I'll do that. But for now, I don't think I should be like worried about it. It's not like a lot of people gonna watch my YouTube anyway. It's okay. Maybe in the future then, right? In the future, who knows? This is like one of the predators with hidden eyes and intimidating fake eyes, except harmless looking. This is good, right? This is good stuff. Facial hair. Oh. What am I looking at? Can I change position for this? Oh, this is much cuter. Oh shit. Wait, this is great now. Ooh, wait, go back to the mouth. What am I doing again? Which one looks like chin? Oh, why is it upwards? Is there more? No, that's it? Hmm. How cursed can it be? That's not chin. That's a little bit hard. Mole? Nah, no mole. Oh shit. Oh, that's so good. Oh yeah, gonna cover that nostrils. fuck? Oh yeah, gonna be fab. Oh yeah. Gonna get fabulous. Oh god, that's so good. But the mouth, I mean, facial hair like this is good. Just a little bit down, but it looks a bit sad though. Kinda don't want it to be sad. Maybe yeah, maybe I shouldn't go for facial hair. Just do like my initial like this. Yeah, good enough, right? Oh, that looks good. Look at that lipstick. Another fab color. Okay, gender is already chosen. God, brief. Can I get very tall? Shit. I mean, I'm pretty small. Small and thick? Small and thick? Small and thick. Alright, there it is. We got that's the me. That's the me. Favorite color? Fab. I can't. Oh, okay. Name. I'll name this Droxen just because this switch system is still kinda. I see what you deleted. Only up to 10 characters. Oh yeah, like I said, this is kind of a family console. I don't want to be too open about like my identity. So let's just have fun. Call it Droxen, right? Yeah. Keep it simple. Oh wait, I never changed the eyebrow. What? Can I add more with? Huh? I got 2 friend requests? How? Oh, gonna protect that nostril. Oh yeah, gonna protect that nostril, huh? What is this? What am I looking at? Oh god. That's good eyebrow. Yeah, looks about right. Fish. Looks like your mustache is about to pinch your face. If you crop it correctly, it looks like looking at someone's leg. It's not a mustache, but this is what it looks like. Alright, perfect. Got me. Nice. Oh no, I forgot that's the. Please do not smile me like that ever again. Oh, Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Oh, I played so much? Tilt control use, safe by Lucky Tooth, jump boost, ultra mini turbo, smart steering use. Added you? Alright. I'll accept it afterwards, hope you don't mind. Gonna go supermarket buy. Okay, okay. Good luck shopping. Okay, this should be good. Let's go show the world our creation. That lowers my count, that lowers my point. Oh god. If I stay here, am I gonna block too much? Or do I go back to my... let's try one race and see how it goes. I don't remember all the UI. Whoa. Whoa, I need this. Oh, that looks so good. I want this one. But no acceleration though. Oh my god. Only this one. Like, complemented a little bit. No handling, no acceleration. Nah, it works. Oh, this one gives some acceleration. I'll use this one then. It says I'm spectating? 6,000? How much should they play? How should they play Mario Kart? God, 6,000. Nice bullet bill. Oh, hey, it's a Yoshi. Yeah, that's probably me lagging. Oh, what? Oh no. Another bullet bill. Can I look at someone else? Oh, I can, okay. Waluigi! Wow, of course I'm gonna look at Waluigi. God, look at Waluigi. The lanky man. Fourth, third, fourth. Oh no, Waluigi, come on, Waluigi. Waluigi got this. Oh, Waluigi's getting bullied. Go, Waluigi. Oh, Waluigi's getting bullied. No, Waluigi's getting Mario Karted. No, Waluigi, no. Lanky Man is a popular pick? Yeah, because it's Waluigi. Waluigi #1. I'm just gonna go random. Where am I? I look so fucking cursed. Oh no, please don't look at me. Oh, please don't talk to me. Oh god. I mean, actually talk to me, yeah. Everyone looks so normal. I'm just too abnormal. Your whiskers are smiling. Oh god. Saintian whiskers. Very Saintian. 150cc? Ooh. I'm the only one that's 990, and I'm from United States, which I'm not. I'm from Malaysia, but they don't have it. Let's go, Bauter! Uh-oh. Oh shit. Oh. Let's go. Oh, I can't see shit. No! Go! Oh, you missed, you little shit. Nah, I got Mario Karted. That was good, no? 8,000? How the fuck? 8,000? How much do they play this game? You have it so up for blood, you random players on grass. Not intended. Oh, I want Mushroom George. This one's fun. I can't. Every time I look at my own me. Oh, alright, all good, all good. Breathe. Oh, that one's kinda scary. You see that one is just staring at me? Oh no. Oh, everyone's leaving. Fair enough. Right now is not the time to play games, to be honest. It's like 4:33. Go easy on me. I'm using why is there I'm using tilt control thing? Is it that unusual to use tilt control? Is it? It's not. Tilt controls are great. It is? Gosh, if I get a chance to, like, if I got a big enough community, I want to ask people. Like, what controls do they use? It's become sort of. What do you? It's not. It's good. It's like I'm driving a real car, kinda. Not really a real car. All right, you get what I mean. It kinda is, unless you're one of those people that lean as you drive all the time. Well, I don't. It's dangerous. Simplexy, hi. No one's playing. Damn it. What if I try worldwide? I'm gonna try worldwide. I mean driving games, not in driving. Oh. Oh, you mean like using tilt controls and then go like doing that? Well, I don't do that. May I Mario Kart with y'all? I mean, I'm doing online, but I'm not from United States. I'm from Malaysia, but I'm putting my region in United States because I want to access the Nintendo eShop. I can go worldwide and try it. This is probably gonna go bad. Wishing to see with head in sharp turns. You know what we call that behavior? Immersion. You know, that one is immersive playing. I'm spectating, okay. Feels like I'm over here is good enough, right? South Korea, United States, Canada, Japan. Blue Yoshi is nothing. Big gun. Immersive driving, pro immersion. Can't lose driving lessons. Yeah, I mean that sounds about right. Blue Yoshi is from Dino Land. Sounds about right. Although my family always has this debate though. People keep saying, well, at least my family keeps saying that Yoshi is a turtle. Yoshi is turtle instead of like a dinosaur. But I personally think that Yoshi is the dinosaur. A very cute one, in fact. What do you guys think? Dino? Didn't mention anything about inviting viewers as of currently. Yeah, since I just started playing online literally just now. I mean, if you want to go worldwide, feel free, I guess. I don't know. I'm gonna go random. People gonna look at them. What the fuck? Oh, am I gonna get banned? Oh god, people are so creative. Okay, you know what? Oh, I want to say I'm using tilt controls. I think using tilt controls is easier, no? I never used button controls before. Oh, no fucking way. Let's go, where's me? I'm 10-15. Oh, look at this! Everyone is like okay-ish level. This should be good. Oh. I don't know this route. Whee! Do I go up the stairs? Wow, holy shit. Oh, where am I going?
Why you bullying me?
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Why you bullying me?
I'm the one getting bullied. I don't know how to play this stage.
Emotional damage.
Oh, it's Morknack. Hi. Can I do tricks out of this? Oh, I can. Nice. Whoa! What hit me? Oh, my first star. Let's go. Get bonked. I'm going down. Woo! I got sniped. What is that? Yay! Oh my god. Oh shit! That's not bad. No! That's hard. Whoa, what does that golden mean? Why am I golden? Hi, Morkneck. It's been a while. How you doing? Oh my god. You sniped someone with banana mid-drop from a platform. It's the whisper of bloodlust. I didn't see that. Oh, it's Bowser going in. I'm using tilt controls. Having some sleep terrors and stuff, but finally got 6 hours sleep today. God, that's rough. But 6 hours of sleep is not bad, despite suffering from sleep terrors and stuff. Hope you feel better soon. Although I don't know how to fix sleep terrors and something. That stage was kinda hard. The Ninja Gaiden one?
Golden symbol. You need to have played 100 online races, at least 50 of which must be played using tilt controls. Doesn't matter if you win or lose, thank God. The way I did this was just by playing 50 races in a row with tilt controls, counting every individual race I did, so I was certain it was 50.
But I just started. This is literally my 3rd ever online race. I'm a rarity? Hey, fuck! Stop! I'm just trying to play the game. Why am I banned? I'm just using tilt controls. Tilt controls is good. You guys need to feel, you know, feel the tilt controls. It's really good. Am I actually banned? No way, right? How do you play with 2? Oh, I only play with 1. This is my current control. Oh, I'm blocking it. There, I'm using only half the Joy-Con. Me always wonders why you fall off platforms and hit walls. The mirrors where you used to turn. It's easier. I'm pretty sure if I use... I mean, of course, I don't know much about that stage as well, so maybe that's why as well. Knowledge plays a big role. Am I actually getting banned? Because I use tilt controls, or is my me just too offensive for people? I'm just trying. What if I use my hotspot for this? I mean, it's probably like the worst idea ever, but I can try to use my phone's hotspot. Thanks, game. Okay, let me try to restart the game, but also let me get my phone real quick. My console, restart the console. My console is always turned off whenever we don't use them. Like every night we turn it off and then open it up when we want to use it. And then nighttime we'll turn it off. Where's my phone? Oh, there it is. Let me check my phone. Turn off, not standby. Oh, good gods. What the fuck? Can I stream? What the fuck? I don't know you guys hear that. That was the loud ass fucking thunder. What the fuck? I'm still here. That one was loud. I'm wearing headphones, for fuck's sake. I don't have battery. And like my home doesn't have like all those lightning rod or like spare batteries. Which, now that I think about it, it's kind of scary. It's fine. Can you buy a rod? I mean, I guess I can. How do I install the rod? Just put it on top of the... Just pull it on top of the roof? Also, let me go and charge up the phone as well. I'm gonna charge the phone, open up the personal hotspot, alright? And I'm gonna connect to my hotspot, and you guys don't know what my hotspot is. God, but it's so bright outside. It's like fucking harsh sunlight. Can you put the rod on your Amazon wish list or throne list? I will unplug everything you don't want to. Wait, 1 to 4 weeks or a month for? Insurance? I don't think I have. I don't have lightning rods on. Lightning strike happen if the area has a lot of tall buildings, but if you're on the low side, oh yeah, there's not a lot of tall buildings here. I should be fine then. Okay, let me switch screens real quick, alright? Because I need to connect to my own hotspot. Ding! I'm here now. Okay, let me connect to my own Wi-Fi real quick. Or my own hotspot. I mean, at least it's closer. They will strike the tall building first. Does it flash something and you can instantly hear thunder? Not currently. Mission successfully connected. Lightning rod costs 400 plus? How the fuck? There, I'm back. I should be fine. Not having nearby? Tall buildings nearby. Oh. I don't think it flash lightning and then hear thunder. I don't see flash lightning, but I do hear thunder very close. Hi Reginald, you cannot sleep? Oh god. It's okay, you can hang out here if you want. Well, welcome to my keep disconnecting Mario Kart session. Oh yeah, I just created my Mii. I can show you, Reginald. Nanti dulu ah. Let me just open up the game real quick. You woke with it. The second I hear lightning, I unplug everything. Goes to my living room like some candles and watch my phone for it to ride out the storm. Mario Kart. Look, Reginald, look. I'm sure you're not gonna have nightmares. Oh, how do I show it? How do I show them me? I found a very silly fighting game called Rainbow Core Hypernova. It is free and fun, but very silly. Oh, silly fighting game? Is it like that Among Us, Among Us fighting game? Rainbow Core Hypernova. I think I saw you play last night. Well, last night my time. Wait, let me go look see. Rainbow Core High. Oh, there it is. You're right, it's free. Red. Oh damn, look at that combo though. What the fuck? Is that infinite? I'm adding it to library right now. Oh shit. Let me install it. Dude, that game looks hype as fuck. Oh, at least the combo does. It's crazy. Oh. Yomi? You mean Yomi Hustle? Yeah, I played it a little bit back then. But the OST is like hilarious. I'm in! I am so in! I am so fucking in. Music hilarious? I am in, dude. I played a little bit of Yomi Hustle back then, like last year. Alright, let me try to I think worldwide is good. At least I feel like worldwide everyone is not as so strong. Because regional, there's so many like 3,000, 6,000 points. Do they count? Nah, I'm going regional. It's fine. This is my third online race. Hopefully this doesn't disconnect again. Hopefully. Your bottle looks so dang good. Thank you. Did you make it and rig it? I made this Kobo. Oh yeah, can you guess which one is me? The one in purple. The one in purple. Don't worry about it. What is that map? What the fuck? 52,000? $52,000? How the fuck? How much do you play this game? Jesus! Where do I go? Let's go tilt controls. Get bonked. Let's go get bonked. Where did they go? Hey! That's my own. I almost hit myself with it. We can just go straight. Oh, that's cool. How there's so many stairs? Shimmy, shimmy. Shimmy, shimmy. Oh. What the heck? Oh yeah, flower. Oh! Hey man. Boom! Let's go. Bloodlust. I'm out for blood. That's so scary. Why am I doing that? Let's fucking go. Yeah. What the fuck? Oh, throw it backward. Everything. What the hell? Dude, how much stars do they have? Sorry about that, man. Why am I golden already? Like, I just started playing online. That me looks nice. Thanks, Reginald. I know. Every 11k points, your point gain that's a sort of prestige, and you gain them as fast as you had 1k. Huh. Oh, dolphin? Dolphin. The more points in, the less you gain per victory, I think. But after collecting enough, it's like a first race again. Oh, that's kind of cool. You've gotten so good. Oh, Reginald. It's been a while. It's been a while since I last did any model. I need to make more. Actually, I want to make more. I want to make more, Oh yeah, speaking of, I need to remake my Eastern Dragon. I've been saying this for a long time. Yeah, I totally should. Let's go. Whoa. I did it. Snipe? Snipe? Did I do it? Oh my god. You missed. Woohoo! Woohoo! Oh god! I got thirsty. Oh shit. Flower! Eat shit! Gosh, I have no handling. Whoa, they're all so good. Haven't gone to catch any of your streaming because of work. So nice to watch you play stuff again. It's nice to see you again. It's been a while. New work or is it like just work? It was bad, but I quit and got a new job and I like more. Oh, nice. That's good. That's good. The worst thing is just doing a job that's too harsh or you don't like. Congrats on new job. Yeah. Yeah, that Yoshi player is so fast. It's the 52k one, I think. It doesn't pay as well, but I'm gonna make it work. You got this. You got this. I love how I'm the only one in the United States, which I'm not. I'm from Malaysia, but they don't have it. I'm having fun. This is great. Get out! Oh my god, my car is no handling. Maybe it does matter. Stir! Let's go! Poor Goomba. Goomba doesn't deserve that. I'm stupid. Snipe. Snipe. Oh god, that was so good. I'm sticking to the side of the road. God dang it. Being born, but in my opinion, not as important as feeling safe. Ever since me ended the position that had me busy 7 to 455, 445. Yeah, fucking that's harsh. Everyone's so fast. Excitebite. Go easy on me. Goombas deserve more presentation. I did the round Goombas. I forgot what they're called. Oh, you mean in the Super Mario World? That one? That one is pretty adorable. Galoombas? Oh, I never know they have a name. A lot of being good is knowing the course. True. Galoomba. Why is everyone spamming thanks for playing? Thanks for playing with me. Everyone looks so normal. Except for that one with huge glasses. Huge glasses. Excite Bike. Yeah, Excite Bike. Yeah. Best game. Best game. God, 52,000. They play this game all day? Forever? Oh god. Son, what are you doing, son? Yeah! I should have waited for it. Oh! Yeah! Get boomeranged! Let's go! Oh, that's not worth. That's not worth. Woo! Oh shit. I'm learning. Oh shit. No. Oh fuck. No. I tried. I mean, at least he got 5th place, not bad, right? That's above the Huff. Try the Excite Bike game once, relentless time to beat it had. Yeah, it's hard as fuck. For you, that game is hard. Oh, but the main menu theme is banger though. I think most of my time spent in that game was running back to the mic after I fell. Imagine spamming A and B, it's like trying to get back. Falling pretty much means having lost already. Yeah, you basically have to go perfect. Lightning's the worst thing to get hit by in the game, in my opinion. It feels so bad. But then again, lightning, you cannot dodge that, right? Unless you have a star or bullet bill, I think. I think that my most hated one that getting hit by, like the classic red shell. Like I don't even care about blue shell. Blue shell is just that I'm too good. If I get hit by blue shell, means I'm too good. In Wii you could dodge, not on purpose though, because it comes without warning. Yeah. So with mushroom, I think you can dodge it. Like dodging blue shell? Oh, I missed it. Nah, shit. Nice snipe. Yeah. Thanks for the mushroom. This map's kinda fun. Third place getting star? Oh my god. Wait, third place getting stars? How many bullet bills am I getting hit by? Oh! Oh! Dude, I just got Mario Karted. Oh, while doing tricks, you can dodge the lightning? I'm the last place, dude. Holy shit. I was doing so well, and then I got so confused by third place getting stars. Oh yeah, we has the grow mushroom. Oh, Waluigi. Yeah, they don't have the grow mushroom anymore, don't they? I like squishing things. I rarely get that one. Squish. I think it's because I play too much Mario Kart Wii. That's why I'm only used to using tilt controls. I don't think I can play this with like Joy-Con controls. It just feels weird. So every time I do trick, I have to go to do trick, like swing my remote to do tricks. It's fun. Let's go. Oh, that was chaotic as fuck. Oh, I got greedy. Oh god, I went to the center of the road. Whoa! Wait, I'm second place and I got golden mushroom? Why is it so frantic? Sorry, Donkey Kong. You see second place Bullet Bill? Why is the item so frantic in this game? Like in online mode? I guess it's more fun? Question mark? Imagine driving a keyboard, you just live and swing that out these things. Everyone's too strong. Everyone's too good. I mean, of course, I just started. I love how that guy's just not fair. Oh, the 52k ran away. No, the 52k ran away. Mrs. Chain Chomp times. Wait, Chain Chomp is a character? I mean, Chain Chomp is a character in Mario Tennis. I have the game. It's pretty fun. I beat all the tournament already. But then again, I never play online because I don't have the Ethernet cable. Chain Chomp Island? I never saw that before. Oh shit, Rainbow Road, how do I play? Why am I drifting that way? Whoa! Throw it! What? Whoa, what a snipe. Uh-oh. just throwing it backwards, I don't get hurt. That's right, baby. Throw it backwards. Third place, not bad. I'm gonna try wood white again. Yeah. Gonna go to bed. Good night. Good night, Reginald. Thanks for hanging around. Have good sleep. Get good sleep. Me does wonder if we should try to save for Switch gamepads and multiplayer games if we get invited to more parties. Since nobody had any idea what to play, I think that's worth it. Oh, you mean like getting the Switch Joy-Con prepared? Most of the time? Where you're getting invited to parties? I never thought about that, to be honest. To me, personally, might be a little bit too much trouble, question mark? Just a little bit, don't you think? I mean, that's how I feel anyway. Let's try worldwide. Is there a way to get like super speed and handling? Oh, it's a pink car. Cat Cruiser? I'm using this one. What? Monster truck? Slick tires are a good start. Slick. This one? Speed? No acceleration, no handling. Anything that adds handling to it? Is it handling or traction? Whoa. Full speed. They are fast? They should look very, very fast, yeah. This one looks good. No acceleration though, but good handling and traction. I keep getting speed up items, so why afraid? Right? Let's try this one. Got horse too. Germany, UK, France. Still a lot of Japan. The 100k? 99979. How the fuck? How the hell? Bex. Oh my god, it's King Boo! Oh. What? Oh, is it finished? Am I winning a few thousand times? I'm concerned. Should I go time trials to like train? Nah, I know the train. I just want to drive the car and throw things at people to feel fun. I'm using 2 controls. Oh my god, brother! Oh, sister! You're using 2 controls? Let's fucking go! Dude, finally a tilt control brother and sister. Look at that. Cool beans. Let us show you. Tilt controls are OP. Using 2 controls too? Oh, wait, I see what you mean. They can lie. For walking, but still for walking. Oh, that's mine. Where is the stage? Oh, 99995. Oh my god. Here we go. Whoa. Yay! Yeah. Oh god damn it. It's fine. Oh, why am I drifting the other way? Whoa! I'm not supposed to drift this way. Okay. I guess that happens when I'm using two controls. I got greedy. Is that worth? That's kind of worth. Oh, my first bullet bill. Wait, you didn't lower down your pitch to let me know that you're ending? Shit, what is this game came to? Triple Waluigi? Using the same card? Let's go. I deserve that. I got 9, that's not bad. A fan favorite course? This one? It is kind of fun, to be honest. Those turns? I'm just gonna go random every time. my whiskers are smiling, help. Imagine someone Googles like someone went to google.com and you just like search up, help, my whiskers are smiling, what do I do? It's like a new horror show. But it's for me's. Why is some of them wearing like scarves or something? Wait, no, sunglasses is like basic stuff. Scarf? I'll take it scarf. It sounds like a good question for AI. Can we ask questions for AI? Like, where? Oh, it's a triple Waluigi in front of me. I love it. Ow, what hit me? Whoa, what the fuck? Yeah, bad idea. Uh-oh. Bullet bills. Oh my god, there's so many bullet bills. Oh, let's go! Oh shit! I won against 100k? Oh my god. Holy shit, I won against 100k! Oh, I'll fucking take it, dude. Oh my god. Yo, on stream, I'm capturing this shit. Oh. AI language model, I'm not quite sure what you mean by whiskers are smiling. However, if you're experiencing a physical or medical issue with your facial hair... Hi Lex! What Kamaru? How you doing, Lex? Dude, I got first place once. I'm good. Victory noises. Oh, the yip infert. Can't boot because app. Oh. Oh no, we got we got the most chaotic course ever. I know this baby park. Oh no. Best music too. Let's go. Time for a blood-filled stages. Troy backwards. Oh my god, what is this stage? Whoa! Surprisingly peaceful. No. No, I got coin! Oh! I got coin towards the end, no. Oh, that was fun. I never thought about it before, but I guess Bowser would be the closest thing for a dragon in Mario. Very true. Unless you count the dragons. Huh? There's dragon in Mario Universe? Multiple? I can't think of any other than Yoshi and Bowser. Paper Mario has some too? Oh, well, I have zero knowledge on Paper Mario. I'm dancing with someone. My whiskers are smiling. It's getting dark. What time's now? It's already 5:30? Oh shit. Oh, what is that stage? I like the penguin. Snowland? If you ever play the game with Dragon, I don't think I'll play Paper Mario, to be honest. But I don't know, that's how I feel. Hey man. I tried. Hey, man. What the fuck? Are you aiming for me? Son? Oh god. Oh god. Bullet bill. Oh, thank god. There were so many things aiming for me. Just like that. Just like that. Bullet Bill got second place. I got so fucking lucky. I've been carried by Mario Kart. God. Going to sleep. Haven't slept. Oh god. Go sleep, Narix. Holy shit. Sleep. Important. Sleep. Go sleep. Now I'm trying to think of what they are. I love Paper Mario. Second entry specifically has 3. Third has sort of 1, 2. 4, 5, 6 me doesn't know much about. Wow, there's so many. Oh, Hyrule Circuit is fun. I mean, I like the music. I'm using tilt controls. I'm using tilt controls. What is she? Shut the fuck up. The completed. I think you showed me like the close to finishing one, but not the finalized one. $11 people? Oh, let's go, Hyrule, so cute. I like the music. Australia? Oh, hey. For the record, again, I'm not from United States. I'm not from United States. Let's go. Dang it. Oh no, I didn't swing it hard enough. Oh. Hi. Let's go. Where am I going? Fuck, I blew it. No, I blew it. I think I messed up the motion control somehow. Ah, I absolutely blew it. That's fine. On having moved out of USA and back to Malaysia. Yeah, the music is good.
This is not fine.
Yeah, it's not fine, but I mean, I kind of messed up there. Yoshi Island, yeah. I love the music in Yoshi Island, so good. Yoshi Island plays.
This sucks on ice.
This sucks on ice. What do you mean? Yeah, it's Mario Kart. It's heckin' brutal. Mario Kart is brutal.
Show your Tokyo Drift.
I don't know what that is. I mean, I know what Initial D is. Gas, gas, gas. Just go gas. I mean, to be fair, this is just gas all the way. Yoshi Island! Yeah! Yoshi Island! The fart's gonna give me power! Actually, Yoshi Island is tough.
Trust Roxy's, just Tokyo Drift. Preferably with only 2 wheels.
Yeah, I only have 2 wheels. Oh, this is so good. Yoshi Island's the theme. Not too early. Ah, yeah. I said it too early. It's okay. Still got this.
You wanted gas, you got it.
Oh, true. I see what you mean. Oh, that was close. I know about this. I got it. Oh, banana! Oh, we all missed it. Oh shit. Shimmy, shimmy. Shimmy, shimmy. Oh fuck, crap. I blew it again. Yeah, I was doing so good too. Oh my god, what a sniper. Not me! Yes! Shimmy shimmy! Oh, it's so good. Roger is full score. I got third. No, that was good.
This looks so much harder than plating against any computer, dang. I
Oh, yeah.
am Bart 10 cry.
It is online. It's more competitive. Oh shit, baby park. No one chose random. Wow. Yeah, the music is so good. Brings back memories of trying to keep the dang 30 stars before we knew about items. Yeah, it's hard. 5 baby park? Let's go. To Luido, how many times have you played Yoshi's Island? About 2 or 3 times. I just really love the music. It's so good. Come on, baby park. Baby park. No. No. No, baby park. Maple Story OST? Nah. I listened to it way too much. It's just getting stale. Yeah. Listen to it too much. If I hear one more time Lift Harbor music, I will actually shit my pants. It's good by all means, but holy shit, is it obnoxious because I've been hearing it for like more than 10 years. Really? I'm mid-air, you piece. Alright, fine. Whoa! Whoa, that was sick! Why though? Shimmy, 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 shimmy. You don't know where I'm trying to go. Woohoo! Ooh, that was close. Woohoo! Shouldn't have thrown it. Is that free? That's kind of free. Hey, man. Yeah. Mix Maple Story with Yoshi Island's music. I'll just try to find a version without Maple Story's music. Metroid series music though? Oh, I never play any Metroid games. And Mario RPGs all, and Donkey Kong's music, and the Legend of Zelda music. Stopping it before it has limit for message length. Oh, Mario Gold Mine! I love that stage music as well. Two Coconut Malls. I don't blame them. I mean, Coconut Mall is great, but it's not as good as Mario Gold Mine. 3? Yeah, there's so many games with good music, to be honest. Sorry, Fusion was surprised how supposedly less squishy Samus is normally. No! No Wario Gold Mine! Sad noises. Phendrana drifts? Pro Metroid Prime is practically so good. Give me your mushrooms. Thanks, Donkey Kong. Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't see that banana. Oh, lucky. Oh no. Wait, I actually get squished? Oh god, I'm getting Mario Karted. I didn't know I can get squished in this game. That's new. Tover's Bog Subterranean. It should be writing and instead both good. Yeah. A? Fox Raid? Wow. Look at y'all. Look at all of your beings. Hello, Sly. Hi, Rain. Gosh, it's been a long time. How you doing? How you doing? What were you playing? Ready or not? I don't know what that is. Hope you had fun with Ready or Not. I'm just here playing Switch games. Or just playing Mario Kart Online because never played it before. Yo boy. Sorry if I butcher your name. Hi, welcome everyone. My name's Tiora. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I do art occasionally. And I love finding games. Cute ball. Go. You're cute. Yeah, right? Ah, thanks. Nice. What is this stage? Is this a Wario Gold Mine? Oh my god, yes. We're all cute beings here. Is this toward the CC? No, right? No, this is fucking toward the CC. What the fuck? Okay. Oh, it's so fucking fast. Why? I've just started playing. Oh. Good God, it's so fast. Oh. Oh, good thing I remember the stage. Mario? Oh god. Oh shit. All good, all good. Too late. Oh, that red shell, very scary. You missed, so let's go. Oh, I got greedy, I'm sorry. My god, it's so fast. Get out, Mario! Oh, why now? Okay, all good. Thanks, coin. Give me a second, chat. I know I'm not really chat. Crap, how many thunder? Fucking got squished again. Yeah, that's not bad. Trying to see if we still want it to happen. That would be too fast, isn't it? Also, yeah, we're all cute beans here. Was playing Ready or Not? It's a police simulator? Oh. Wait, did you get to like... just... Do you have a gun in the game? I know me asking that might be a little bit concerning. Oh wait, do I get to like write infinite tickets to a car? If so, that will be a good stress reliever. Yeah, 200cc is super fast already. I can't imagine 250 or 300. I'm squishy? I thought I've always been squishy. Kinda. Thanks for the raid again, Sly. Big appreciate. It's been a while too. Oh, Sly, if you're still here, are you going to firm? Like, just kind of curious. Bold is squishy. It is getting dark. I don't know what the stage is. At least my hotspot is doing job. It's no more disconnecting. Look at that, hotspot is stronger than my Wi-Fi. That's how you know Malaysia internet. Get out, Yoshi! Can I have that coin? Am I too big? I might be too big. Not that good. Just throw it on. Sorry. Flower. Uh-oh. That was close. Hey man, jeez. It's my Muslim. Oh god, I just went into the bomb. I didn't even see the bomb. What is this? Oh yeah, it's a piranha plant. Get him! Yeah! Fight him! Yeah! What the fuck? Oh, thanks. Hey! I robbed someone. It feels good, man. I got third. All of that. Pinky's jealous. Why jelly? Pinky like being squished? I mean, to be fair, I like being squished by a dragon, so... Wanna go mine again. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. Yo-yo boy, yo-yo boy. Thank you. Appreciate. Come on, Mario Gold Mine. I wanna play more. Mario Gold Mine, please. Please. Nah, I mean, Bowser's Castle? Cool. Upon the side, it would be fun to squeeze through doors or under doors without bars. Also fun for cuddling. Oh yeah! Imagine everyone ducking under something and just walk through the tiny gap instead. Yeah, no traffic or human traffic, you know. Oh, since the raid just happened, do any of you who plays Mario Kart? Do you guys use Joy-Con controls or tilt controls? I don't understand what's going on. No, that's bad. Whee! I'm doing it still. Oh, I lost control towards the end. Oh boy. Why here? Get back here. That's right. I want the fucking refund. I want a refund. I can't believe I got carded. Oh, let's go. Get out! First place is mine! Yeah, I'm Bowser! Ick. Fuck. All my life only sticking buttons? Huh. Motion controls give me a feeling of not being in control. It's not to say I dislike anything motion, it's great for aiming. It may also like titles such as Skyward Sword, but for driving. But for driving, no thankies. Yeah, everyone gets booped. Mushroom George is good. I tried motion controls on Mario Kart Wii, but never was super good at it. Definitely prefer control with buttons, or maybe a steering wheel with and pedal, but I never tried that yet. Oh. Interesting. But yeah, I'm definitely very used to to controls. Like, I played Mario Kart Wii, and all my life I only use Wii Remote to play it, so there you go. I just personally enjoy tilt controls a lot more. A little bit more immersion, maybe. just a little bit more. Oh, look at that! There's so much Mushroom George. Mushroom George. Give a different level of feedback than holding it in the air. I guess holding a steering wheel in the air is not as immersive as I thought, huh? But then look at what I'm doing. Really? Mushroom George though. Mushroom George. Gonna go and do chores for my family for a while, alright? Oh yeah, no more Roger. No more 100k. Yep. Too early? Oh, nice. Ooh. Oh, this one slows down. Oh shit, I didn't realize that. Was that Isabel noises? Oh, I don't understand the road. Whee! Free. Oh, that's cool. What? I missed it. You and me both. Nah. No, I'm last place. No. Oh, this stage is really cool. Oh, wait, I'm not last place. No, I don't like any of these. Oh. I'll go with this one. Just random then. Oh, everyone won that stage? Wow. There's like half of them. Gosh, I'm feeling hungry already. Although to be fair, I feel like Tetris 99 is a bit how do I say this? Takes a little mental power. Know what I mean? That's how I feel about Tetris 99 anyway. But shit, that game is great. I'm gonna play more. I'm gonna play more Tetris 99 and or this. And or Pokemon. I'm supposed to play Pokemon today. Never happened. Shit, Yoshi! Oh, oops. Banan. Hey man, jeez. That's my banan. Oh, this map is bright. I love it. Oh, coins. Nice, thanks. Coins. Wasted. Where am I going? Whoa. Let's go. That was great. First place, baby.
Yep.
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 Yep. Blocky puzzle demands quick wit. Blocky puzzles. Was there a puzzle? Tokyo Blur? Oh hey, it's a Wii stage. It's my least favorite Wii stage. Grumble Volcano. Oh, Tetris. It kinda does. Look at me, I have the crown. I'll get you next time. I'll get you next time. Whoa, hello, Tokyo Blur. Two grumble volcanoes. My favorite stage was always Sherbet Land from the 64. What? My favorite stage, Maple Treeway from Mario Kart Wii. Maple Treeway and also, I guess, Wario Gold Mine as well. Two of these. But if I have to choose one, I'll probably choose Wario Gold Mine. Tokyo Blur. Oh, too early. Oh, fuck. Oh, that works, okay. Coin. Oh, I was trying to throw it behind. Boom! Oh god, I went into it. Mushroom. More mushroom. Bum. Oh. Nah. Whoa. Are they not all aimed for me? Cool. No, I didn't hit him. Oh, because they have red shell. That's why I waited for it. Didn't I finish it? Oh, someone hasn't finished yet. Oh, no wonder it's like so weird. Yeah, so close. I tried. The boomerang's kind of hard to aim as well. Maple Treeway was definitely pretty. And the music is good too. But I guess Rainbow Road in Mario Kart Wii is also good. That was weird. I guess this is like a fail-safe check. Someone probably fabernaked the internet connection. Yeah, Mario Kart Wii Rainbow Road is fun as hell. I mean, to be fair, I did time trial it a lot to a point where I just like... God damn it. That's my hotspot. There's no way it's out of juice? No way. I'm charging my phone. Let me go check. I pay your bills, you better give me the juice. Nah, there's still 102 gigabytes left. Why are you working? Fuck. $102 gigabytes left, man. Jeez. Why the fuck there's so many? I mean, cool beans, I guess. Yeah. Do I need to restart the game? Or do I play a bit of Taiko? I mean, I have the drum, but I'm pretty sure you guys are gonna hear me just beat the drums constantly. Like, beakity buckity boom, you know? And then just, I don't know if you guys can hear the music. Is it safe to play Taiko though? Because I assume there's a lot of music that's like gonna be copyrighted. I do kinda want to play drum though. If I play Namco original music, then it should be fine. Like, don't scroll to a point where that's not Namco original music. Then it should be fine. I kind of want to beat the drum though. You know what? Since it's like, let me see the time. Yeah, it's 6:24. I do want to stream for a little bit more. I'm gonna go get the drum from downstairs. I'll be right back. You guys can listen to this music then for now. Oh, I had this. I forgot. Remember this? This is like the most the ancient be right back, I'm lazy. I was like, oh, BRB, let's go Pixel. I had this. Depends. I know some folks that stream Beat Saber just have the music filtered out so the VOD doesn't get muted. I still don't know how to separate VOD tracks, and I don't know how to separate tracks that don't play in VOD and tracks that plays during stream. I think it's okay. I'm pretty sure the Namco original is not gonna get copyright strike ED. Because I know for sure there's some music in the game, Toho music, that's gonna get probably copyrighted instantly. Or like Vocaloid music. And also some J-pop as well. Game music is fine as well, I think. Yeah, this game music as well. You know what? I'll be right back. Let me get the drum real quick. Has anyone ever done this before? Like play Taiko on stream? I don't know, man. Alright, be right back. I got the drum. I just have to set it up. I just have to set it up. Okay, how do I, where, oh shit, I never thought of this. Where do I put the, where do I put the drum? Okay, no, I have an idea. Let me just try to set this up. Oh yeah, I'm back definitely. Let me just hide this. Yay, drum! I'm gonna go bang bang. The drum connected. I think I do need to change the controller for it. Oh, I need to change the title as well. Give me a second. Sorry about that. Audio glitches, sadness. Couple banging on stream? I mean, doesn't sound too far off, doesn't it? I'm gonna bang on stream. Playing with oh, Taiko. Like that. Three different things that I played today. I play with blocks, I play with cards, and now I play with Taiko. I just need, is there like a Taiko? No. I think mine is drum and fun. Yeah, I think mine is drum and fun. Okay. I should check the font and see if like my Mario Kart is actually playing in 60 FPS. Need to check it. Alright, I changed the title. Drum and fun. I think I can put it on my lap. I think it's possible. I mean, maybe. I'm banging on drums. I'm banging on string. No, don't worry about it. Okay, drum. Thighs. Does it work? Oh, oh god, that's a little bit weird. Can you guys hear the... You guys are gonna hear it so much. Have fun. Yeah, baby. Hearing the drums. Okay, let me change the game. Oh, can I change the game with this? Okay, let me change controller then. I think I have one USB. Actually, close this. Change. And then just LR on here. Why is it not working? Oh shit, did I mess something up? I mean, it's connected to the dock, isn't it? Something missing? Is it not tight enough? This should be good. Hopefully. There we go. Look at that. USB. Oh, it says USB, but I cannot unblock it. I'm blocking forever. Yeah, look at that. USB. Time to bang some drums. Oh, it is drum and fun. Okay, I'm good. Although I have to play with my sister's account. I didn't buy the game. My sister bought it so I can play it. This is gonna be so catastrophic. I never thought of this. I just want to bang the drum. But I didn't think about you guys are gonna hear the drum noises. I have to run a little bit further away. Can you guys hear me if I'm that far? I'm kind of far. I didn't need that. Oh shit. Hmm. Look at that. You guys hear that? You guys hear that? You guys hear that? Drum? That's right. Hear the drum? Oh, it's so adorable. Okay, I have a little controller on the drum here. Do you guys think it has like some audio issues? It is a little bit. No, why did it not work? My alert box is gone. Did my connection die? Oh, that's probably why. God damn it. So you could. Thank you. I saw that. It still appeared on my OBS. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate. Welcome in. How you doing? Let me try calibrating this. Should I? Can I just bang the drum with this? TV mode. Hidden button when you hear TV speaker. Can I just... It doesn't work. Use headphones plugged directly into a Nintendo Switch console. Looks like a lot of late hits. Try the following. Set the instrument menu in the option to silent. Use your TV speakers. No, not recommended. Good evening, Tsuyukun. Sorry, I'm a little bit far from my PC. Good evening. Oh, it is evening here. Ooh. What do you mean a lot of late hits? I'm using drum controller. I don't know what this means. Okay, wait. Is it that bad? Wait, how bad is it? Let me try it. Maybe not here. Can I like... Oh, I didn't think of this. Shit. That minus 29 is absolute dog shit. Without units, those numbers mean nothing to me. It's fair, no? Oh, this online battle. Esports tournament. Esports tournament. Okay, let me navigate to. Let me just hide the music real quick, just in case. Yeah. So do I do this? There, it's not playing music anymore. So if I do this, go to Taiko mode, use the drum controller. It's not playing any music. Esports drumming. Let's go. Oh yeah, I unlocked every character. I even have Standing Dawn. Look at that. It's so cursed. But my favorite is the turtle and also dog. For obvious reasons. I want Toto. Okay, let me navigate to Namco Original so that I don't get destroyed. Oh, it's already Namco Original. So this two game music. I think classical is also fine. And then from this point onwards, I don't think it's safe to play. You know, there's like Bad Apple, and then Toho music, more Toho music, and then you have actual Vocaloid music. And then we have actual anime music, which they're not playing right now because I don't want my stream to die. So there you go. Even Dragon Ball, One Piece, Crayon Shin-chan. Yeah, these music. So, and of course, J-pop. So definitely not, right? Definitely not. Okay, so Namco original, definitely fine. Definitely, I think. So music like this should be fine. Should be fine. Esports drama. How many songs did I unlock? Not much, but I unlocked every character. The songs are so hard to unlock, not gonna lie. Am I too far? I might be a little bit too far. But I have to be far because I don't want to bonk the mic. I'll lower down the music a little bit. I'll make it not that loud so that you guys can still hear me even though I'm far away. And let's play the easiest one. Hello, my friend. This is my favorite music, by the way. This is my favorite. This is so good. I love this one. Yeah, not all characters. Haha, play more party games. Play the honeybee one. Me, Galapa, and Huijie laugh until we're almost dead with the honeybee, and also red light, green light. Yeah, those two is like the number one party game to play. Oh, it is very laggy. The input delay is insane. Oh god. You hear that? Oh, there's no way to fix that? Oh, what if I change AverMedia? Hopefully. Here, let me try something. Buffering? Buffering disabled. Oh. Oh, OBS crashed. Fucking OBS crashed. Can you guys still hear me? Oh, am I still here? OBS fucking crashed. Look at this shit. It's gone. Okay, still hear me? Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna reopen OBS real quick. It crashed.